Chapter 161, Ma-in, 2. The L.A.S. used the vampire-specific approach of sleep deprivation and mind control magic to make success of their many business ventures. Among those ventures, several were famous enough for many a job seeker to recognize their names outright. Truly, it was the case of the base of an oil lamp is the darkest. A certain day in the middle of October, Si-jin deliberately went for a day out near the vicinity of the pharmaceutical company owned by the L.A.S. Outwardly, it was to hold a business meeting, but the truth was, it was in order to snatch an important figure from the ranks of the L.A.S. clan. After ending the sham meeting with the Dawn's representatives, Si-jin and his bodyguard for the day, Kim Yurin, headed off to a restaurant well known to the locals. Named, the Master of Seafood, this sushi restaurant was positioned in such a way that the pharmaceutical company's front entrance was clearly visible from Si-jin's seat. "Guildmaster, will you please look over here?" Kim Yurin, as he studied the company's front view via the restaurant's windows, Kim Yurin, sitting in front, called out to him. When he took a glance, she was pointing the camera lens on her phone towards his direction. "Say cheese." Si-jin forced the corners of his lips to rise, and sure enough, with a soft click, she took a photo. As if she was satisfied with the resulting shot, she nodded her head and moved her fingers quite rapidly. He didn't have to look to know what she was doing right now. She was uploading the pic to her SNS profile. "You seem to be really active in SNS nowadays." Si-jin, he spoke in a courteous voice that featured a spoonful of sarcasm as well. She finished uploading the photo, and then formed a wry smile while scratching the back of her neck. "Ah, well, the thing is, I only started this because the Knight's Order asked me to, but after I entered the Monster Guild and started uploading photos taken with Guildmaster, the number of my followers suddenly exploded upwards. And I've got over 10 million now, so, I can't disappoint all my loyal followers now, can I?" Kim Yurin, Si-jin chuckled loudly after hearing an excuse that could have only come from Kim Yurin. "You must find it enjoyable, then." Si-jin, "Yup. It's a whole new different world." Kim Yurin, after adding there are always reasons why a medium would take off, she returned to her phone. She was checking out the reactions of the followers that were popping up in real time. "Still, please do it in moderation. Se-young is worried about a scandal breaking out between you and I." Si-jin, "Which dumb reporter would dare to cause a scandal with you, Guildmaster? Also, please consider what you've done in the past. You should be ready to endure this much, at least." Kim Yurin, well, with that reasoning, Si-jin had no excuse to offer. What he did was no different from making an utter fool out of her by swapping back and forth between the orc form and the human's appearance. He should be grateful that she forgave him without resorting to performing acts of violence on his person. Cough. "Do what you like. I'll even let you take a photo of me without a shirt on, if you want." Si-jin, phew. "Thank you very much." Kim Yurin formed a pretty smile before snapping yet another photo. Seriously, after she began doing SNS, and also after giving up on the future Guildmaster position, she had become twice as more outgoing than before. Since such a thing was quite charming to behold, he thought it was kind of troubling, though. And so, they chatted for the next 10 minutes, and just as the ordered food filled up their dining table, employees began streaming out from the company as the office hours drew to a close. Si-jin activated the eyes of the wolf and studied all the faces as thoroughly as he could. And as expected, just about every one of the employees emitted a very faint trace of blood, with the imperceptible dark energy hovering right above them. They are indeed vampires, all right. I don't know how many are within the company itself, but 153 is a seriously high number, wouldn't you say? Si-jin, right, that is correct, but was there a need for you to personally come here today? Kim Yurin, unfortunately, the intelligence operatives can't distinguish vampires all that well. Si-jin, he had developed a tool to suss out vampires way back when, but somehow, they had figured out a cunning method to evade detection. It was then Si-jin discovered a bastard with a particularly strong scent of blood as well as possessing an overwhelming amount of dark energy. And this sense of incongruity was coming off from an imported luxury saloon car driving past the front of the sushi joint. He hurriedly pulled out the communication crystal to inform the waiting operatives hidden somewhere. The man riding on that ferric, the aura coming off from that guy is the strongest. Make him your primary target, please. He heard the confirmation coming from the crystal. Si-jin lowered his chopsticks and stood up. Let's get going as well. Si-jin, ? But Kim Yoo-rin tilted her head. But there's so much food left, though? Kim Yoo-rin, eh? True, there were quite a lot of stuff they hadn't finished yet, but they actually didn't come here to eat. The wide-eyed Kim Yoo-rin hurriedly waved her hands around, telling him not to misunderstand her intentions. No, I'm not saying we should finish everything here, but it's just that vacating our seats so early might rouse suspicions, you know. Besides, kidnapping the target is the role of the operatives, anyway. Kim Yoo-rin. Since what she said made sense, somewhat, Si-jin sat back down again. And he slowly began savoring the raw sushi. About 20 minutes later, all that sushi filling up the table was gone. Si-jin only got to eat around 10 pieces. The rest entered Kim Yoo-rin's tummy. Seriously now, wasn't this some sort of public crime to shove 4 portions of sushi with every gulp? Whatever the case may have been, after safely negotiating through the meal somehow, Si-jin settled the bill and they headed off to the parking lot. Please get in what there? Si-jin. But when he turned around while holding the car's door open, Kim Yoo-rin wasn't there. When he searched around for her, he saw her hurriedly running towards his position, and for some reason, her arms were full of hot bars, too. I spotted them on the way, and they smelled nice, so would you like some? Kim Yoo-rin. As soon as Si-jin looked at her with disbelieving eyes, Kim Yoo-rin shyly replied and cautiously offered a hot bar to him. However, an expression that said I want to eat them, so refuse my offer was written very large on her face. He wasn't planning to eat one anyways, but he still received it. Indeed, she seemed to have asked him out of courtesy, because she began pouting almost immediately. Si-jin smirked and returned the hot bar back to her. I need to drive. Si-jin, what a pity. I shall finish them for you, then. Kim Yoo-rin, her face softened right away. Please, get in. Si-jin, as he switched on the ignition, a communication arrived on the crystal. We've secured the target. Oh? Already? Si-jin, chomp. As a repeated of the monster's offer at Ibs. Really exceptional. Kim Yoo-rin, please speak after you finish chewing, first. Si-jin, right next day. The kidnapped member of the El-Las clan, the young elder Daniel Kim told them everything after falling under the control of Bathri's mind magic. It seems that, the ones responsible for summoning Duerkshinis in America back then were the agents of El-Las, and that Jin Se-han also perished at their hands as well. Kim Sun-ho, is that true? Si-jin, receiving Kim Sun-ho's report, Si-jin's head tilted in confusion. It seemed that pretty much every incident that happened to him was the handiwork of the El-Las, so he couldn't help but wonder just what the Bathris were doing until now. Yes, boss. We also learned that nearly half of the upper echelons of Eden are under the El-Las's grip as well. Using the records of Eden, they approached mines, and on the location right under the pharmaceutical company building, they are researching the methods to rip open the fissure wider with the participating mines. Those mines that caused unrest are the ones that found the research frustrating and ran away from the facility. Kim Sun-ho handed over the documents containing the relevant information. This much was enough. By submitting this evidence to the government, Si-jin would be able to earn their cooperation in catching the members of the El-Las clan. But the problem was what to do with them afterwards. How would they deal with that many vampires? And he sure as hell didn't feel like quietly slaughtering them in some remote location just like what Bathri had suggested. That's right. What's happening with that project? Si-jin asked, as a thought popped up in his head during his mullings of the troublesome future. About a month ago, Trademark submitted to the Korean government its plans to supply the energy bars to the incarcerated vampires. I need to ask Mr. Johan Sung for a more detailed report, but starting from next week, they are planning to replace the swine blood with the bars, or so I hear. Kim Sun-ho: oh, that sounds promising. Si-jin: vampires only drank human blood and didn't even spare a glance at the livestock blood at all. Most of the public criticized such clear display of arrogance, but if one were to take into account vampires' unusual eating habits, such a thing couldn't be helped, really. Even humans wouldn't touch the literal sheep just because of their hunger. To vampires, animal blood was even more disgusting than excrements of humans. That sure is a relief to hear. And we're almost done with developing various different flavors, yes? Si-jin: yes, boss. By utilizing the wizards working in the wizard tower, the speed of research has been increased by a huge margin, apparently. Oh, and the flavor of the energy bars to be supplied to the prison is grilled pork belly? Kim Sun-ho: very good. Si-jin: with a satisfied smile, Si-jin leaned back on the chair. His goal wasn't too far now. As long as he could coax Ba-3, as long as he could turn that nonsensical power into the ally of humanity, he would be able to make their words of the dying vampire lord come true. The monster, Ba-3, will become the hero. And a week later, the news of energy bars being supplied to the only prison in the country designed to imprison vampires, the Gunson, got circulated in the media. Even the public that debated endlessly on whether to kill every single vampire out there, or to reconcile with those who could, watched with great deal of interest on the success of this mysterious energy bar. 2 weeks later, the warden of the Gunson Penitentiary stepped in front of the gathered reporters to speak about the results. Even Si-jin made an unprecedented appearance to this specially prepared room for the press conference located in the prison. Unfortunately for the warden, he was under dizzying pressure after having a man reputedly possessing more influence than the country's president stand before him. The warden rubbed his pounding chest and swallowed nervously. He even took in several deep breaths before finally opening his mouth. I believe that the interest in this matter is quite exceptional, so I shall get right to the topic. On the first day of supplying the energy bars from Trademark to the prisoners, as expected, vampires refused to comply. Warden: several reporters who had prematurely determined that the experiment was a failure let off sighs of lamentation. But, through hard work of the guards, a few vampires began eating the bars. Warden: hard work. That was written on the script. But the warden chose to not follow it. No. Truthfully, we forcibly fed it to them. Warden: camera flashes went off like crazy. And we have been doing that for a week. Warden: the warden took his time, causing the gathered people to hold their breaths as well. And then, vampires began voluntarily asking for the energy bars on their own. Warden: as the warden spoke with a smile on his face, the sounds of reporters cheering on rang around the conference room. Si-jin confirmed that the warden wasn't lying and breathed out in relief as well. Kiwong Kwang dash. Si-jin did his best to calm his wildly pounding heart. Of course, we do not know whether this change is because the only thing they could compare to is the blood of livestock, but, I can say that the prisoners have expressed their satisfaction in the energy bars. They say it tastes better than human blood. Warden: that was expected. Vampires had never ever tasted any other type of food before, so the taste of grilled pork belly must have been an eye-opener to them. And so, here we are, 2 weeks later. The number of riots that break out on a daily basis has decreased from the highs of several dozens to barely one. And those are the works of new prisoners who haven't tasted the energy bars yet. Warden: Si-jin couldn't control his surging emotions and ended up clapping his hands. Even the politicians that had followed and took up the seats right beside him smiled brightly and clapped their hands as well. We are told that the purpose of incarceration is to rehabilitate the convicted criminals. But, serving as the warden of the prison dedicated to vampires, I always found such an opinion skeptical at best. For the first time in my life, I thought that very idea, the one about rehabilitating vampires, might work. Warden. The warden ended the press conference with those words and climbed off the stage. Then, he reached out to shake Sijin's hand while saying how grateful he was. The politicians, full of smiles until now, suddenly became all venom-eyed and reacted over the top, questioning how dare he do that, but Sijin ignored them and firmly grasped the warden's hand. "Thank you, for all your hard work." Sijin, hearing Sijin's praise. The warden resolutely shook his head. "No, sir. It's me who should be thanking you." Warden. Without a doubt, this handshake was being broadcast through various TV stations in real time. What would vampires, most importantly Ba3, be thinking about while watching this moment play out? Sijin couldn't wait to find out. 47. Ma-in, 2, Fin, Chapter 162, Ma-in, 3. Oh, it's indeed quite delicious. This is so unreal. Rosredel. Rosredel continued to speak words of praise as he diligently chewed on the energy bar. Him of less than 5 minutes ago that busy threw a tantrum not wanting to eat one of those, was like a completely different person from another dimension compared to now. Is it more delicious than a blood pack? Yi Hirin, with her eyes going round in curiosity, asked him. Well, it is far cheaper, that's for sure. Rosredel. Until now, Rosredel had purchased, through definitely legal means, blood packs and used them for sustenance. However, the expense was quite enormous. 5 packs a day would come down to way past $9,000 every month just for his food bills. It's a flavor I've never tasted before, so I do find it quite interesting. But, I also think it could get a bit monotonous after a while. You said this is the grilled pork flavor. Rosredel. Yeah? I think the taste's really close. But seriously now, you can't eat normal food, like, ever? Yi Hirin. Yes. If I eat normal food, I will die because I won't be able to digest them properly. Rosredel. To be more specific, regular food couldn't be digested and would continuously pile up within the digestive tract, until causing his death through suffocation. Yi Hirin got shocked by the revelation and hurriedly asked, "You'll really die?" Yi Hirin. Of course. Rosredel. A few. Yi Hirin's expression crumpled. She always thought that enjoying good food was one of the life's greatest repeatable joys, so such a thing sounded like an unenviable fate to her. It was around here that Juji Hyuk decided to cut in between the two, sharing a rather intimate chat, after observing the duo with an uncomfortable face. I think that if you commercialize this energy bar amongst the Army and Knight's Order personnel, they will really latch onto this. Juji Hyuk. Sijin shrugged his shoulders before answering him. Oh, right. Yes, I might do just that. I'm thinking about it. Sijin, invented through mobilizing all the top-tier artifacts from trademark as well as its talented workforce, this energy bar's pricing was set at 6,000 South Korean won, $5.58, each, limited only to vampires. Since this price was deliberately set low in order to ensure the buyers would get to eat 3 meals a day, the profit earned was nearly zero when all the capital invested in the project was taken into account. But if I do decide to sell it to the public, then the price will be higher than the amount set for the vampires. The wizards of the Wizard Tower are being worked full-time at the moment, and because of their profession being what it was, there was no helping with their high labor cost at the moment. For now, a certain bait was being dangled in front, the one that promised one of the Bangbidong grimoires number 1 to 10 could be rented out without going through the waiting period, if the wizard put in 100 hours manufacturing the bars. But still, the profession of wizards was one of the high-flying careers that demanded a minimum of $100,000 as yearly salary, so, Juji Hyuk stared at the energy bar with greedy eyes and asked again. Then, pricing it how much would get you a profit margin? We at Dawn should purchase a whole bunch, no matter how much one costs. I mean, hunger is an enemy we can't ignore during those raids that take a long time to complete. Juji Hyuk. I should ask Mr. Hansung for a more detailed info, but well, around 50,000 South Korean won per bar. $46.50, maybe there, or a bit more. Si-jin, oh. In that case, I'd like to buy a few for myself, as well as for my subordinates. Ju-ji-hyuk, subordinates. When Ju-ji-hyuk climbed up to the position of the top knight in his order, he also became the so-called captain of a team. Naturally, he commanded around 15 subordinates now. As a result, his pride and sense of duty had become even more pronounced compared to before. Si-jin smiled brightly as he gazed at Ju-ji-hyuk. Your subordinates must be glad to have you as their superior officer. Si-jin, a smile spread on Ju-ji-hyuk's lips as well. Meanwhile, Yi-Hirin's face blushed a bit as she glanced at him. Seeing these two, who had been openly flirting yet went absolutely nowhere fast until now, Si-jin felt slightly frustrated in his heart. The average number of energy bars produced in a day totaled 600,000. Considering that the number of vampires living in around the world amounted to roughly 200,000, one could say they shouldn't worry about lack of supplies for having 3 meals a day. However, it was inevitable that there would be hardline vampires who refused to eat these energy bars. So, in order to dispose of the leftover stock that came about after supplying the willing buyers, Si-jin asked Knight's Orders if they were interested as well. The Dawn and the Raven Knight's Orders were the first to order over 20,000 bars for their personnel. When this news got around, many overseas orders tripped over themselves to get to Trademark's checkout counter as quickly as possible. The pricing for one energy bar was set at 70,000 South Korean won. $65.10. The business venture that had very little prospect for profit, suddenly began generating some amount of revenue stream. Also, rumors of rift forming within the vampire society due to the advent of this energy bar could be heard as well. The reason for them wanting to return to their home world, the main reason why they ended up rejecting the society, had been solved out of the blue, so perhaps this development was the obvious next step. Unfortunately for Si-jin, no matter how long he waited, he hadn't received any word from the most important vampire of them all, Bathory. There hasn't been any contact from Bathory's side, yes? Si-jin, currently, inside the underground conference room, where all of the monsters' agendas were decided. Si-jin asked Kim Sun-ho. Yes, boss. Other than handing over a map with the coordinates for the LLAS's underground research center through Rosredel, there has been none. Kim Sun-ho, by the way, exactly how many members are there in the Bathory clan? Si-jin, 2,000 living in Korea, and over 10,000 if all the indirect relations around the world are counted, boss. Kim Sun-ho, that's more than I expected. Si-jin was slightly taken aback. Since she didn't seem to have too many active agents, he expected the overall numbers to be low as well. What about the rest? Si-jin, the LLAS is 30,000, Kim Sun-ho, there are 50,000 of us. 20,000 are outside Korea, but after receiving news that the underground city has been completed, they are entering the country as soon as they can. Lilia replied instead of Kim Sun-ho while sitting on the corner of the couch. As expected of the Nosferatus, he did think that there were a lot more vampires in the underground city of late. Kim Sun-ho took a glance at her and then continued. Yes, boss, she's correct. The rest are vampires not affiliated with any other clans, and a fair number of them happen to be inmates, as well. Kim Sun-ho, so that's how it is. Oh, before I forget, Miss Lilia, which date did you say the Nosferatus would hold a press conference? Si-jin, Lilia assumed a bright smile at Si-jin's query. In a week's time. I'm assuming you'll be in attendance? Lilia, through a democratic process, Nosferatus had decided to publicly announce their intention to adopt the energy bars as their main source of sustenance and to integrate back into human society. Their plan also included opening up their rather stunning underground city to the outsiders and earn tourist avenue, which would aid in creating a sustainable vampire society in the long term, after the Goblin Village have been moved elsewhere, of course. Yes, of course. Si-jin replied in a reliable manner. At the same time, the message arrived that the knights such as Kim Yirin, Yi-Hirin, and Ju-ji-hyuk, had entered the guild building after finishing their duties for the day. Well then, let us get the meeting started, to find the way to take care of all the Ma-ins. Si-jin, in a dark room where a thick veil seemingly covered up everything, there was a single light source still existing within. It was the television, a wonderful box that helped to alleviate Bathory's boredom for a considerable length of time. Even today, yesterday, and also 2 days ago. From the rectangular box, the news of Trademark has invented energy bars that can be eaten by vampires continued to leak out. Bathory was dazedly watching the footage play on. Footage is showing the process of how the energy bars were manufactured, and a vampire eating the bar. Even the footage is showing the interviews with the incarcerated vampires. All of them were showing happy, smiling faces that said the day when the humanity and vampires reconcile wasn't too far away. This food will spread out to the rest of the world, with a sensible price, and for establishing a harmonious society for us all. With that final comment, footages came to an end. Bathory remained dazed as she stared at the TV screen for a long, long time. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, the ticking of the clock seemed monotonous yet very clear within this darkness. Bathory finally opened her mouth after a lengthy deliberation. Hey, everyone. Her targets this time were the convoy of apostles always protecting her. Actually, the elders should have been performing this role, but there were none here. Bathory killed them all. Many of them chose the deceased vampire lord over the head of the clan, after all. Yes, my lady. The eldest apostle replied to her. What do you think about? Bathory, of course, we should strive to return to our home world, my lady. The apostle's voice was trembling imperceptibly. It was the sign that, although he was sincere in his belief, he was being shaken at the same time. So it is. Bathory murmured bitterly and pointed at the TV. From her smooth, refined finger, a thin red stream of energy leaked out and entered the TV. And flames erupted from its inside. The TV that spat out uncomfortable news until not too long ago became a heap of ash in the blink of an eye. After returning home, Si-jin sat on the bed while he waited for Yoo Se-young to come home as well. He was planning to tell her that old excuse about him going on a business trip for a couple of days, since he'd be participating in the cleaning up of the Ma-in threat. However, she didn't want to show up, no matter how long he waited. 7 o'clock, 8, 9, 10, then 11. The longer the hours ticked on, the hotter his head boiled, and his fists were clenching tighter automatically. But finally, when the hour hand of the clock was about to touch 12, and just as Si-jin grabbed his phone after his anger finally erupted out, SFX for a door stealthily opening up, the front door opened slightly. And cautious footsteps even quieter than dust settling on the floor entered his ears. Si-jin deliberately withheld his presence in the main bedroom. Her footsteps seemed to circle around living room, bathroom and then, the kitchen. He then heard her breathe a sigh of relief as if she had confirmed that there was no one else in the house. She must be under the mistaken belief that he was yet to return home, as Si-jin told her he was really busy nowadays. I'm so tired. Si-jin heard her slurred voice coming from just beyond the bedroom door. Just how much did she drink? His eyes narrowed to a sharp blade while glaring at the door. They resembled that of a wild predator, waiting for a prey to show up. SFX for a door creaking open, yawn. The door opened. Yoo Se-young entered the room while leisurely yawning out. But then, at #carrot. She fell down on her butt after discovering Si-jin sitting in the dark like a demon. Oh, Oppa, you were home already? Yoo Se-young, with one hand, she hurriedly tidied up her messy hair, while with the other, she hid her reddened face as her slurred, stuttering words rolled out. Si-jin wordlessly glared at her. The thing is, I ran into my old classmates and it's been a long time, so it was such a nice little surprise, so like, we were having fun and ended up, a bit late than usual. Yoo Se-young, he still maintained his silence. I can also have a fun day out, you know. Besides, I didn't stay out the whole night, right? It's still, 11:59 now, There's still a minute left. A whole minute. And you always stay out overnight, too, you see Young. She showed him the time with her phone. Still, Si-jin didn't say anything. You see Young, please say something. Did I do something hugely wrong here? You see Young, sorry. You see Young, foot. Si-jin ended up chuckling at her rapid apology. As if you see Young was relieved as well, she sneaked up closer to the bed. I'm home. You see Young, she entered Si-jin's embrace while acting all Legio and stuff. He asked her while gently rubbing her back. A reunion, huh? Did you have fun? Si-jin, NG. I ended up recalling so many good memories, since I haven't seen them in such a long time. You see Young, really? I thought you didn't have a lot of friends. Si-jin, but I do, 4 of them, as a matter of fact. You see Young, having 4 friends as the only grandchild of a chaebol, now that was a lot. Oh yes, it sure was, you see Young declared as so and justified her reasoning. Oh, right. Don't you have meetings regarding the Wizard Tower scheduled? Si-jin, yeah, I do, but why do you ask? You see Young, I got worried. I need to go on a business trip this week, but I am worried about you drinking way too much and then fooling around. Si-jin, I ain't gonna do that, so stop worrying. You see Young, for a second there, did her eyes gleam rather dangerously? You seem to meet a lot of people lately? Si-jin, NG. Lots of fun things are happening all the time now. There are the guild meetings, then there are those Wizard Tower Directors Conference, too. It's all because of Oppa's hard work. You see Young, Si-jin smiled and patted her head. In that case, life should still be fun even without me around, am I right? Si-jin, what the heck? You see Young, he was only joking, but you see Young's expressions rapidly cooled. It was a serious look completely devoid of any mischievousness that could be seen maybe once or twice in a year. Obviously, that's not possible without Oppa around, because you are the reason why my life has become wonderful lately. Hunting monsters, going out and having fun, but knowing that Oppa is waiting for me back home, also, that even if Oppa isn't home, you'd be back soon anyways. Without those, I won't be able to go on. You see Young, really? Si-jin, that's right. So, stay by my side for the rest of our lives, okay? And stop saying those unlucky things, too. You see Young spoke with a serious, determined face. All right. Si-jin nodded his head. Only then, she broke out into a warm smile and left a peck on his cheek. But that was only for a fleeting moment. Her eyes suddenly narrowed to a slit as she spoke. Oh, and by the way, Yurin only uploaded a photo to her SNS yesterday. You guys had sushi, huh? You see Young, ha, what's so funny? You see Young. He awkwardly laughed. Then, he pressed her shoulders and pushed her down on the bed, stopping her interrogation efforts. Don't try to gloss over the youth. You see Young. He didn't feel like sweating over small stuff right now. He simply locked lips with her in a show of their love. Si-jin proceeded to spend the night caressing the body of a woman he found even more beautiful with every passing day. 47. Ma-in, 3, Fin, Chapter 163, Waves, 1. Note, told from the MC's perspective. Good. More. Ning. Ting 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 ting, ting ting. Slurp, what the hell, Si-jin? The smartphone alarm woke me up. I got slightly flustered, since it's not often I sleep until the alarm wakes me up. Grabbing the phone with my right hand, I found out it was 7 in the morning. And I even scheduled a final strategy meeting at 6 in the morning today, fearing the absolute worst. I checked the messages, and as expected, a ton of dissatisfied text bombs from the guild members, including Kim Yurin, Hazeline, etc., had piled up in the inbox. I was about to get up in a hurry, but then, looked at my left arm that felt like something a little bit weighty was resting on it. Turned out to be Si-young. Was it because we were really giving it our all last night? Or should it be this morning, instead? Whatever, she was still completely submerged in her dreamland, her breathing calm and steady like a sleeping child. With not a shred of fabric covering her, she remained still as if she had fainted or some such. Must be cold. It would be fine to cover her with a blanket, but I embraced tightly instead. Her milky skin was so smooth and well, it felt really wonderful, too, almost to the point where I wanted to start tormenting her for a bit longer. Moan, I pressed my cheek to hers and rubbed slowly, and only then, she squirmed this way and that, while showing signs of waking up. She looked so adorable wriggling around like this, so I hugged her even tighter. I wanted to stay like this for as long as I could, but too bad, the phone began vibrating. This time, it was a call. From Kim Yurin, no less. Right, I don't have the time to laze around like this. After kissing Se-young's forehead, I stood up. As I got dressed, Se-young hugged the pillow tightly and rubbed it all over, as if she felt the emptiness next to her. Cute. I gently patted her restless back. And after helping her fall back into the comforting arms of sleep, I left the house. Note, perspective changed back to third person. As soon as Se-jin arrived at the underground conference room, he had to withstand several scary stares all at once. Well, they did gather here at 6 in the morning, regardless of how insanely busy each one of them were, but then, the very person who called for the meeting in the first place was late by an hour and a half, so there was that. I'm truly sorry. Se-jin, he lowered his head and apologized sincerely before sitting down on the seat of honor. Oh, well. What can you do? No need to apologize. We just have to wait for you. You're the person in charge, after all. Hazeline, those words came from the mouth of Hazeline, currently feeling prickly due to handling the daily running of the Wizard Tower. Sorry. Se-jin, I said, it's fine. Start the meeting already. You got delayed while romancing around, probably. I can tell without even looking. Hazeline, Se-jin signaled Rosratel with his eyes. Oh, yes. I'll start with the regular briefing first. Rosratel, below the pharmaceutical company's building, around 2,000 vampires affiliated with the El-Las clan were concentrating on the deciphering and researching of a certain ancient tome, while the rest 28,000 strutted around the outside world. Taking that fact into account, it seemed like a bit of a stretch for 10 people to face off against 2,000. Besides, even if they were able to fight them off, it would turn into a massacre during the process. That was a big number, so, Se-jin devised a solution for this quandary. And that was to teleport to the exact location where the clan's head was hiding at, and use the isolation barrier to isolate and deal only with the head and his retainers. This was the best plan they could come up with at the end of the lengthy meeting. Well, in that case. Kim Yurin began preparing equipment and spoke. Let's go and take them. Kim Yurin, you mean, like right now? Yi Hairin, however, Yi Hairin showed hesitation, her face flustered somewhat. Of course. Nothing good will come about by delaying this, after all. Kim Yurin, I haven't prepared myself yet, Yi Hairin, and what other preparations do you need? Kim Yurin, with an expression showing she couldn't understand, Kim Yurin looked around. There were uber expensive artifacts, potions, equipment, weapons and other things strewn about inside the conference room. Even with a slight exaggeration, everything here would fetch over $10 billion if stolen and sold on the black market. But well, all Yi Hairin did in response was to blush deeply while fidgeting helplessly with her fingers. While everyone stared at her with questioning looks, Juji Hyuk slowly stood up from his seat. Pardon me, Miss Yurin? Juji Hyuk, yes? Kim Yurin, he called for her and whispered something to her ear. Only after that, she came to realize something important and became embarrassed, before letting off a couple of fake coughs and spoke up. I'm going to a convenience store for a little while. Hairin, would you like to come with me? Kim Yurin, yes. I will. Yi Hairin, oh. Se-jin, only then, Se-jin figured it out. During the meeting, he detected a thick smell of blood, so he thought that Rosratel must have been stealthily snacking on a blood pack, But it was actually the result of the great Mother Nature's magic. Yi-Hiren whispered with a very small voice to Juji-Hyuk, and vacated her seat. "Thank you, Yi-Hiren." Juji-Hyuk didn't say anything, just a smooth smile etched on his lips. And after 8 hours of rest time caused by that small event. "Is everyone ready to go?" Sijin asked his companions. They were tightly holding on to the Leviathan's tail, limbs and other parts. "Yes. Well, then. We're teleporting now." "Oh, right. Please do not forget that our aim is to talk. Fighting comes after if that fails." Sijin, recalling the coordinates once more, Sijin closed his eyes and imagined the scenery of the arrival point. Right then, a disgusting, unsettling sensation of space twisting apart washed over him. The first thing he saw after opening his eyes was a young boy. A cute and innocent outer appearance, with his age that couldn't be more than 10 years old or so. The boy showed no surprise at the sudden arrival of the enemies, and simply stared at them with darkly hooded eyes. The boy looked like a lost little kid, but Sijin heard enough about the leader of the El-Las to know the truth. Sijin immediately deployed the barrier. And the space they were in got separated from the rest of the world, dyeing in jet black color. The interior of the barrier followed the will of the caster. As if Sijin had inadvertently remembered Yi-Hiren's call of the great Mother Nature, the interior of the barrier was transformed into a forest full of verdant trees and a small stream trickling by to the side. Within this picturesque scenery, Sijin stared at the boy and spoke. "You're the leader of the El-Las, correct?" "Sijin, I know about you." The boy's words were quite literally out of the blue. That was why Sijin couldn't easily form an appropriate answer. "You're their son." Sijin's brows quivered. "What are you talking about now? Are you talking about me?" "Sijin, if it's not you, then who can be the child of them? For someone who knows about that stuff, aren't you a bit too young?" Sijin, "Yes, I am indeed too young. Anyone 40 years old like me is considered a child in the El-Las bloodline, after all. Since I was 8, my outer appearance has remained as you see." Sijin inexplicably recalled something Bathory mentioned in the past. She said that there were unique quirks found among different vampire bloodlines. The eternal youth, is that it? Sijin, "Yes. But besides all that, aren't you curious about the true story regarding your father?" Of course, he was curious. Sijin didn't know what had happened in detail, so the curiosity drove him mad sometimes. But this wasn't the right time to dig into that stuff. We didn't come here to talk about stuff like that. Sijin, then, what topic did you wish to discuss so urgently that brings you here? Sijin replied matter-of-factly. "Ma'ins. And the Fisher." Sijin, "Ah. So that's what you wanted to talk about." The facial expression of the boy was languid, while his brows lifted up ever so slightly. "My apologies, but negotiations are not possible. We have no intentions of letting go of the Fisher. Our one true aim always has been our home world." "But, why? Even if you don't return to your home world, you should be able to live without too many issues just by waiting for a bit longer." Sijin, "Well, it is impossible for us to live with others. But if I was allowed to explain the reasoning, then your parents have to be brought into this discussion." "What?" Sijin's brows narrowed. The boy didn't pay any mind and continued. "It won't take long." And so, the boy's story began. As he promised, it wasn't a lengthy tale. Sijin's father and mother, as the Knights of Eden, became involved in the so-called war with vampires, operations to wipe out vampires, in truth, and got deeply shaken to core by all the inhumane and senseless slaughtering they witnessed. During one of the missions, they ran into him, the head of the El-Las. And his pleading to their conscience resulted in him successfully duping them. It was all because of the great cause of returning to the past version of their home world in order to change their fate, which certainly did not sound so bad on the surface. So, the two of them made it El-Las for a brief amount of time. However, when they came in contact with the Nosferatus, they betrayed us. I was really confused back then, The Nosferatus did not know our plans to widen the fissure, after all. But somehow, they learned the truth. And they also gained this unshakable belief in the process, as well. A belief so strong, your father even predicted that our plan will fail. That was why I killed him. Si-jin glared deeply into the boy's eyes. Those unreadable eyes were eerily empty and completely devoid of feelings. But, after I killed him, I became deeply curious of just what the source of that great belief was. So, I furnished all the information regarding your father and left it in Eden. If the reason for that firm belief was a person, then perhaps, one day, wouldn't he show up to take a look? That's what my vague line of thought was. A light bulb went off inside Si-jin's head. He felt like that the pieces were finally falling into their places now. It would have not been difficult to destroy all the records since they had taken over Eden. Yet, the info about Si-jin's father was left as it was. And the reason was, and then, he did come. Jin Se-han. I do not know what kind of connection this person had with your father, but regardless, he certainly possessed all the right qualities to become the foundation for that belief of him saving the world. Si-jin's lips quivered slightly. Without a doubt, Jin Se-han's abilities and dignified appearance were enough to rouse such a misunderstanding, reaching the upper mid-tier in less than 6 months. Well, even Si-jin had to admit that it completely broke common sense. Si-jin, unfortunately, Jin Se-han was killed. We killed him. Do you all realize it now? There is no belief for you anymore. There is no hope for you, either. And so, this was the reason why this boy told them of this short story of the past. To let them know that Elas couldn't live with other races, and that there was no hope left for humanity. So, you believed that and caused all this chaos? Si-jin, yes. Ah, the thing is kind of sorry about this, but, Si-jin, this time, it was Si-jin's turn to tell the truth. Jin Se-han didn't die, kid. Hazeline spoke up instead of Si-jin. Si-jin smirked and changed his appearance, into Jin Se-han's face, of course. The boy's face that was the very example of leisurely demeanor until now, finally crumpled to resemble an azura. Even the rest of Si-jin's companions, who didn't know of the truth until now, got shocked out of their minds, too. You. So, your expression finally changed, huh? Si-jin, too bad, Si-jin and company didn't have the time to take things easy. SFX for things shooting out, from behind the boy that now resembled an angry devil, an unidentifiable tentacle shot out. It divided into 10 and rapidly grabbed hold of every guild member present. It's called Mugyu. The Lord had gifted us this self-defense weapon. Regrettably, not even the Lord himself expected to be under fire before anyone else, though. Si-jin transformed into the Leviathan form. But no matter how hard he struggled, the grotesque tentacle remained tightly wound around him. That's not going to work. Because, just as the boy was about to extol the unbelievable sturdiness of the Mugyu, the isolation barrier suddenly developed a crack, and at the same time, the Mugyu got destroyed as well. All of those events were caused by reddish mana that weaved around the air like bloody mist. How utterly disgusting. Bathri, a voice that was quite seductive and rather familiar at the same time. The Elas leader fired dark-colored mana spears at the suddenly appearing Bathri, but they simply melted into nothingness before even touching her skin. But what the heck was that? Bathri, she sniggered, and with a simple flick of her finger, the entire body of the Elas leader got restrained to the spot. Better give up, kiddo, said Bathri. The Elas boy gritted his teeth. Again. Are you trying to kill your own species again? There seems to be some sort of misunderstanding with what you're saying. I decided not to see the clueless ass that get into bed with Marins as the same species as me. Bathri, instincts mired in violence and wicked desires, below average intelligence, and finally, powers that couldn't be controlled properly, the creature beyond saving thanks to this trio of sins, that was a Marin. And Marins were considered enemies of all races in existence. Enemies to vampires, elves, humans, Suins, et al. From the very beginning, Ma-ins were treated similarly to that of monsters. Then, why did you murder our Lord? Suddenly, Bathory's expression crumpled. Did the Lord collude with the Ma-ins, too? As if he found Bathory's fury quite enjoyable, the head of the El-Las clan continued on. Our Lord was only seeking the road to our salvation, that was all. Why don't you shut up now? Stop testing my patience, kid. Bathory, but you knew that better than anybody, didn't you? The Lord was your godfather, after all. Finally, Bathory couldn't hold back any more. The blood-red mana coming out from her body crashed towards the boy like a tsunami wave. However, he didn't try to avoid that onslaught of deadly mana, and instead, accepted it with all his being. And then, formed a smile. At the same time, the floor of the research venue gave way and collapsed. Just below the falling floor, the abyss-like fissure where nothing could be seen in its darkness, a crack in space that existed between worlds, waited for them. You crazy son of a bitch. Bathory. In that instant, Bathory's eyes were wide in panic after she figured out what the boy was about to do. From here onwards, it's your turn. I shall be waiting for you in our home world, Miss Bathory. The boy threw his body into the fissure. And the fissure began to shake alarmingly, after swallowing El-Las and Bathory's mana swirling within his body. 48. Waves, 1, Fin, Chapter 164, Waves, 2. Note, told from Bathory's perspective. The ground turned to dust and disappeared, and the sky above burned in fierce red as it split apart. Disgusting mucus substance replaced the missing ground, and something jet black wriggled disgustingly within it. Covered in some sort of a film waiting to hatch, this something glared at me with bloodshot eyes. I felt fear for the very first time in my life when I looked into those terrifying eyes. I also realized in that moment, that there was no way to fight against such a monstrosity. I must run away if I want to live. Leaving behind all my memories, my regrets, wishes, and run away to another world altogether. But I believed no human alive would grant a vampire like me passage through a portal that could admit only a finite number of travelers. After all, we've been the source of their biggest headache until now. Whatever, I still headed to the portal while thinking that I will kill all those blocking my way. However, humans unexpectedly helped us. The human wizards dispersed the incoming waves of attacks, and the human knights desperately blocked the unidentifiable creatures. In my eyes, though, they weren't resisting, simply throwing their lives away. What are you doing, Ellie? Hurry and come over here. Note, not a mistranslation, Mr. Author changed Bathory's name, for good. My godfather shouted at me, while I was lost in the sight of the humans fiercely fighting out there. I couldn't think for long. I entered the portal, and escaped from the home world. And so, a brand new world I've never even dreamed of seeing in my life spread out before my stunned eyes. Are you refugees from another world? Another, new humans were looking at me. But why didn't those humans run away in panic? Why did they lend a helping hand to us? I never understood their reasoning back then, and even now, I can't understand it. Note, back to third-person perspective. Captured by the memories of the past, Bathory's mind sunk deeper and deeper into the darkness below where nothing existed. Suddenly, a baseless confidence rose up within her. Her home world must have overcome the crisis of the fissure. And so, it must have recovered the beautiful scenery she and her companions used to see. The home world was waiting with a warm and gentle embrace for her return. Now completely entranced, she took a step closer towards the fissure. What the hell are you doing? Si-Jin, however, someone grabbed her arm. Her blurry, unfocused eyes regained focus. Bathory glanced at Kim Si-Jin holding her arm, and then shifted her gaze back at the fissure. Even now, the ground below her feet was collapsing. Although still incomplete, it resembled a portal now, more or less. If she swam in those dark waves, then she might arrive back at the home world she'd been longing for so much. But in that moment, a solid arm tightly and rather forcefully wrapped around her waist. Hey! Bathory, everyone, hold on. Sijin shouted out while pulling Bathory into his arms. Confirming that everyone had clung tightly onto him, he quickly transformed into the Leviathan and activated the instant transmission. As if the sight of that fissure stretching below their feet infinitely was nothing more than a nightmare, the team members returned to the underground conference room in an instant. But no one spoke a single word. They were suffering from the shock of the events that happened just now. And what the hell was that thing they saw? It was as if the entire surface of the earth became a fissure. No one had seen one that big before, ever. What happened back there? Kim Yurin broke the heavy silence with some difficulty. She was a brave person indeed to speak up, since the person she asked and was expecting an answer from happened to be Bathory. With complicated eyes, the vampire queen stared at Kim Yurin, before breaking out in a smirk. What else? That dang kid stimulated the fissure by using my mana, his own body, as well as the feather of Efrit, that's what. Bathory, what's a feather of Efrit? Kim Yurin, you know, that thing. The thing that almost killed you just now? Looking like an octopus, with tentacles and stuff. Bathory, ah. Kim Yurin stupidly nodded her head. Bathory shook her head as if she disapproved of the reaction, and then continued. That thing is a remnant of the demon god that used to live back in my home world. It will never disappear, unless you kill the original body it came from, and its destructive power depends on the grade of mana absorbed. Bathory stopped talking for a moment, and let out a frustrated sigh. But, that damn feather absorbed my mana. So, it and the body of that damn Elas kid will be consumed as the fuel to widen up the fissure for good. Even if things get delayed, in 2 days' time, everything will come to an end. In other words, this was the worst of all possibilities. Kim Yurin gritted her teeth. Then, what should we do now? Kim Yurin, well, you should decide. To abandon your home, and escape to another world. Or, fall together with this planet. Bathory. When Bathory's words ended, Kim Yurin stumbled and sat down on the couch, as if some of her strength escaped. It was then. Sijin, who had been quietly listening while his gaze was fixed to the floor, raised his head. There's something I'm curious about. Sijin, Bathory glanced at Sijin's direction. Does that feather function as something important? Sijin, hey, you. It's from a demonic god. A damn demon god. It's got the word God in it, for crying out loud. How can you be even worse than me in language and stuff? Bathory, whatever. So you're saying it plays a crucial role, right? Then, we still might have more time than you think. Sijin, you really are a hopelessly unsalvageable idiot, aren't you? Bathory, even under the assault of Bathory's sneering eyes, Sijin simply chuckled and produced an item tucked away within himself. It was an item procured on the spur of the moment, a jet black and surprisingly hard feather, the feather of Efrit. Seeing this, Bathory's eyes widened. But how? Bathory, looks like it is the correct article, then, judging by your reaction. I knew instinctively that this thing was a weakness. So, I took it. Sijin, oh well. Sure, you did something good, but it's all too late now. What you did was to delay something that was planned to happen tomorrow, for maybe 2 months, tops. Bathory, what she said was correct, no matter how positive they wanted to spin this. This one fact couldn't be denied, causing yet another weighty bout of silence to descend in the room. And so time continued to flow and soon, the day became night. Sijin didn't have anything to do. Didn't feel like holding another meeting, either. But, he didn't dare to go home, not just yet. He was trying to solve the problem, but ended up exacerbating the situation even further. Was it because he was too hasty? As if this thought was shared among the rest of the team members, not one of them thought about leaving the conference room. However, Bathory had disappeared a long time ago. And Sijin could only feel his chest tighten further in frustration. He lied down on the couch and closed his eyes. He didn't mind at all if this whole situation turned out to be some sort of a bad dream. Not at all. Guildmaster? Someone's voice spread out like a ripple in Si-jin's consciousness. I have something to tell you. Lilia. When he opened his eyes a little, he saw Lilia. Like a mirage born out of his fading dream, she seemed especially beautiful under the cover of darkness. Regarding? Si-jin, for now, please come with me. Lilia. Si-jin rubbed his eyes a bit and looked around. I'm sure it's fine, since everyone's still asleep. Si-jin, while grumbling to himself, Si-jin moved towards the barrier room Hazeline used to practice, located next to the conference room. After going as far as to activate the isolation barrier, Si-jin yawned out loudly and stared at Lilia. What did you want to tell me? Si-jin. Lilia smiled thinly. For some reason, Si-jin thought that smile was incredibly gentle and warm. Looks like we don't have much time left, yes? Soon, the fissure will open up in full. Lilia. Ah, that, and here he was, almost forgetting it. Si-jin could only let out a bitter groan rising from deep within his heart. Wait. How did you find out? Si-jin, he could not remember telling Lilia about what had happened. She maintained that gentle smile and spoke some cryptic, enigmatic words to him. It's going to be fine. All of us. And the planet. Lilia. Pardon? Si-jin. Lilia was full of confidence. Obviously, Si-jin couldn't understand. Regardless, she relaxedly continued on with that smooth, gentle voice of hers. A fissure will try to destroy a world by inserting a gap of sorts in there. But surprisingly, because of that very gap, something that could definitely never occur without the existence of a fissure, something with a hopelessly low percentage of succeeding, a miracle so miraculous, that very miracle is going to happen. Lilia, from her inner pocket, she pulled out a worn-out notebook that seemed to have bore witness to the cruel and unrelenting passage of time. Then, she pushed it at Si-jin. Please, read this. Lilia. Si-jin received the notebook with a confused face. It might break if I try to open it, Si-jin, it's been treated with magic. Lilia. Oh, is that so? However, this thing it seems awfully familiar. Si-jin, something about this book seemed really familiar to him. Si-jin tilted his head while flipping over to the first page. And almost right away, he understood the reason why. The dates jotted down, the sparse details of the daily happenings, and the feelings noted within, this was a certain someone's diary. This is, Si-jin. The revelation was shocking. It felt like he got struck in the back of his head by the Emelejong bell, and now the insides were ringing like crazy. In that moment, he couldn't even breathe, let alone string a sentence together. Lilia smiled again while looking at him. And as if she was trying to imprint every single word in his head, she spoke carefully. This notebook, it's your diary. To be more specific, it's a diary written by the future version of you, something like that. Lilia. Huh. A wry, bitter chuckle escaped his mouth. One could traverse through time by entering the fissure. He knew this already, but he honestly did not expect things to turn out quite like this. Please, read everything in it. Lilia. For now, let's go somewhere else. Si-jin. Si-jin did his best to rein his quaking mind and hid the diary within his inner pocket. Si-jin went to a nearby hotel and after getting a room, began reading the diary. He spent the whole day reading it. There were things he was embarrassed to share with others, there were many missing dates too, as if he was too busy to write something down, and the most important part, the part about what happened after the fissure completely broke open, was somewhat hazy and vague in detail. This book of prophecy, no, this diary has been our most sacred holy book, even now. Without this, we'd still be dreaming the false dream of returning to our home world. Lilia. Okay, fine, but just when did, me give you this? Si-jin. Probably, around 70 years ago. Maybe. Lilia. You look considerably young for that, though? Si-jin. It's only my external appearance that looks young. Lilia. Ha, ha ha, Si-jin, but more importantly, 70 years, that was a long time ago. No, Perhaps, it could have been even longer than that. Si-jin began smiling bitterly at the thought. Lilia tightly held his hand. And with a somewhat unsure face, she spoke words that seemed a bit out of the blue. The earth, and us, we were fated to be saved by Mr. Si-jin's hands. Lilia, her voice contained a heavy dosage of determined reverence. I'm not planning to run away from this, so you don't have to console me. It seems like it's already set in stone, anyways. If I can save myself, the planet, all those precious to me, then it's for the better, I guess, but it sure doesn't feel so good if I think about what's to come, you know? Si-jin forcibly squeezed out a smile and asked a question he was really curious about. But, just what did this diary have to do with the vampire lord? Si-jin, that thing the lord said, the prophecy that still remained fleeting in his head, just how did this book relate to those words? This original book was kept within me via spiritualization, while I had a copy made to resemble an ancient tome, and had it stored in an underground vault. The Lord took away that copy and researched it. Lilia, wait a minute. Are you saying the vampires have been researching my diary? Si-jin, Fuat. No, they weren't doing that. The only one researching your diary was the Lord, no one else. The other vampires were researching the real ancient tome we brought along from our home world. Lilia, I was way off the mark, wasn't I? Si-jin, yes, somewhat. Lilia, the conversation tinged with slight humor only lasted for an all too brief second, before a strange silence filled the gap. SFX for ticking of a clock. The ticking of the second hand felt so sharp in this moment. After looking down on the diary for a while, Si-jin grumbled in a voice that sounded a little dejected. By the way, if things unfold as this diary says, then it might get a bit depressing. Maybe the boredom should be a bigger worry than depression, instead. Si-jin, whatever happens, you'll have to forfeit a lot of things. Lilia gazed at him with those pair of gentle eyes. Si-jin met her gaze. Perhaps, do you seek company? I'm always ready, Lilia. It seemed that she mistook his gaze for something else entirely, judging by the way she began to undo the buttons of her dress. There's no need. Please leave. I'd like to be alone for now. Si-jin, eh? But, in your diary, we are. That was a prank. Lilia, for now, let me be alone. Please. Si-jin, thanks to her, he did feel a little bit better. When the dawn's sun rose, Si-jin left the hotel. He wandered the streets aimlessly, while holding the feather of Efrit in one hand. The demon god's inheritance, the things that needed to be done with it were quite clear to him. In that case, was there a reason for him to tremble in fear and hesitate? Si-jin shook away all unnecessary thoughts and then chucked the feather into his mouth. As it was written on the diary, many alert windows popped up. However, he didn't feel the usual joy of evolution. He also didn't feel depressed, either. He didn't even feel the burning sense of duty, too. No, rather unexcitingly, he just felt that this was something he simply had to do. Condition complete, the wolf that kills gods, Fenrir. The dormant potential sleeping within explodes forth, after ingesting the feather of Efrit. However, as the quantity isn't enough, the host can only transform into Fenrir for one day. What the hell is a bloody Fenrir now? A groan automatically escaped from his mouth. 48. Waves, 2, Fin, Chapter 165, Waves, 3. Si-jin returned to the conference room and told the gathered members to go home. He told them that he and Lilia had come up with a suitable plan of action, so they shouldn't worry too much. Then, he sat alone in the empty conference room and switched on the TV. The footage of everyday life, shown on screen, was the same as before. Channels dedicated to all things magic busy talked about the matters related to the Wizard of Bangbidong, who had published a brand new grimoire not too long ago. Entertainment programs, being aired much too early in the day it seemed, were filled with a sense of responsibility, an obligation to entertain the masses during these turbulent times, while the news channels must have decided to run counter to the entertainment channels. by only talking about serious topics over and over again. As expected, the everyday lives remained the same. Si-jin spent a bit of time looking at the TV screen with a dazed face, before leaving the room himself. Greeted by the employees of the guild, Si-jin escaped the HQ building, and drove home in his car. Although the time was just about when folks were commuting to work, the roads were sparsely populated thanks to the frequently occurring monster attacks. So, he got to drive at a more than acceptable speed. He even rolled his window down. SFX for wind rushing in, cool breeze entered the cabin. Through the open window of the car, he could see the morning sun peeking out from under the clouds. Under that clear, bright rays of the rising sun, the river below shimmered like the polished surface of a priceless jewel. He felt like concentrating on the scenery, so he put the car on autopilot. The stunning, beautiful views passed by him, and the people started their daily lives. Humans, elves, Suins, they were all starting their day. Si-jin carefully studied each and every one of their faces as long as he could. Si-jin came home, and found Yu Si-young still deeply asleep. While carrying a thin smile, he lightly kissed her cheek. She opened her sleepy eyes and smiled brightly, before hugging him tight. "You got an off day today?" "Si-jin, NG. I was in a raid yesterday, so I got the day off today." "Yu Si-young, a raid? It must have been not too long ago since you came home." "Si-jin, yeah, maybe an hour ago. But, it's okay." Yu Si-young, it turned out, she wasn't still sleeping. As he was feeling apologetic, she suddenly pulled his head close and kissed him deeply in the mouth. She seemed especially hands-on today. There was no need for a deep discussion, then. While smiling, Si-jin began to slowly undress her. And so, the two of them started their precious day together. "You what?" Bath 3. A day after that happened. Bath 3 got surprised by Si-jin's unexpected visit to her place, but then, got even more dumbfounded by what he had said to her. "Have you gone insane?" Bath 3. Well, it doesn't matter to you anyways, right? It's not like you'll run out of blood, after all. Instead, I'll supply you with the highest quality blood packs as compensation. Blood from knights, no less. Si-jin maintained a crafty smile even while under Bath 3's disgusted stare. What he asked her for was her blood. "Do you even realize what blood means to us vampires?" Bath 3. It's important, I know that. Si-jin, it's past the level of being important, since it's used to demarcate our classes, you see? But now, you asking a vampire for her blood, doesn't that mean you're planning to commit suicide by my hands? Bath 3. Bath 3's forehead creased up rather deeply. Well, it can't be helped, then. I'll just take it by force. Si-jin growled deliberately and stared fiercely at her. However, her expressions became even more angrier, instead. Crazy bastard. Bath 3. Arg, just help me out here, will you? Like the boss lady you are. Si-jin, just where are you planning to use my no wait? Besides that, why should I even help you out here? Bath 3. Because you already helped us out. Si-jin, you hurt your head real bad, didn't you? Bath 3. Si-jin chuckled and pulled out his phone. In return, let me give you a small present. Si-jin, he then projected one of the stored footages as a hologram. SFX for a chick chirping. It was a recording of a Korean crow-tick chick flying around in the air. Seeing that cute outer exterior, Bath 3 froze up. Isn't it cute? It looks cute enough, but it's unexpectedly strong, though. Si-jin, so, what about it? Bath 3, I'll let you take it as your new pet. It's got a bit of a rotten personality, but I'm sure you'll tame it just fine. Si-jin, it seemed Bath 3 got interested, but she quickly regained her senses and shook head fiercely. Why should I? Bath 3, but Si-jin wasn't finished with his sales pitch. I hear that thing was created by the vampire lord. Si-jin, he heard it from the Nosferatus that this bird was actually a chimera carefully created by the lord himself. Which sounded about right, since common sense dictated that a monster wouldn't look that cute no matter what. and his reason for creating that thing was to give it to Bathory as a present at some stage. It seemed that the Lord was aware of Bathory's slightly strange taste in hobbies. Sijin chose not to pass on those emotive truths to her, however. As if she had figured that out without him saying anything else, Bathory didn't utter a single word. Judging by how her chin protruded out and trembled at the same time, she seemed to be fighting hard against the tide of emotions right now. She finally opened her mouth after a lengthy bout of silence. Her voice was weak and shaky. But, isn't that mine already? I mean, I'm the Lord now, Bathory. Sijin averted his gaze in order to pretend that he didn't see the hints of tears on her facade of steady strength. Technically, sure. But that dang thing is really fast, so even you'll have trouble catching it. Most likely, you will end up wasting time flying around this way and that. Sijin, what the? So, how the heck will you catch something that even I can't? Bathory, Kim. Sijin smirked confidently. There is a way. Sijin. Bathory glared at him wordlessly. Sijin nervously swallowed, feeling the tension. The suffocating time crept by. He already knew she'd say yes, yet the tension was really mounting up. Suddenly, Bathory lowered the shoulder lace of her red dress. Her pale smooth skin got exposed to his eyes quite unexpectedly, so Sijin blushed a little bit and averted his gaze once more. Hey. It's too sudden, you know, Sijin, why don't you just shut up? How much do you need? Bathory, there wasn't too much time left. That was why he couldn't afford to waste one single day. So, the day after he got Bathory's permission, Sijin called for a regular guild members' conference to be held. Scheduled for the 17th every month, its purpose was to let the guild members gather together and foster friendship and camaraderie. The very first person he ran into was Kim Yurin, known for her strict policy of arriving before the promised time. As a matter of fact, she arrived almost 1 hour early, but her complexion wasn't so good. More than likely, many worries and fears were tumbling around within her mind. He took her to a 5-star restaurant that even the self-proclaimed Epicurean like himself found utterly beyond reproach. Less than 10 minutes ago, she protested that she had no appetite whatsoever, but as soon as a juicy slab of steak was placed in front, she began chugging it down her throat. Sijin found it quite humorous, seeing her looking depressed while busy shoving the delectable meat into her mouth. Is it good? Sijin, yes, Kim Yurin. While he studied her interestedly, another member arrived. This time, it was Hazeline. Her complexion was just as poor, but when she discovered both Sijin and Kim Yurin, some color did return. Hazeline hesitated by the end of the table, wondering whether to sit next to Sijin, or next to Kim Yurin. But then, Yu Baeksong entered the venue, let off a short exclamation, and dived into the open seat right next to Sijin's. Hazeline had also chosen the seat next to Sijin with great difficulty by then, so she got flustered by this sudden intrusion and hurriedly grabbed the back of Yu Baeksong's neck. Hey, you! Get out of there! Hazeline, where the hell do you think you are grabbing right now? Yu Baeksong, too bad, there was no way Hazeline could win in the physical battle, so the situation got reversed in a heartbeat. Let go. Let me go when I'm still being nice. Hazeline cried out in alarm. Well, she was locked into a painful-looking headlock, after all. Why don't you try being not nice, then? Yu Baeksong, that hurts. Hazeline, Sijin looked at them and chuckled ever so slightly. Ha, the seat next to me is reserved for someone else, though. Sijin, huh? Today's a gathering of all the guild members, remember? Se-young should be arriving very soon. Sijin, only then. Yu Baeksong released the headlock and changed her seat to the one near the empty seat next to Sijin's. Others haven't arrived yet? New guild members will attend this thing, right? Yu Baeksong, they should be arriving soon as well. Here they come. Sijin, Kim Sunho arrived, along with Rosratel in tow. Not long after that, 2 new male members Duo Hyung and Breton entered the venue, completely stiff from the nervousness. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintances. After the duo's energetic greetings came to an end, Juji Hyuk and Yi Hyrin showed up together next. With their arms entwined in the open for all to see, it seemed that their relationship had moved on to a more favorable stage. Was this the case of danger being the best matchmaker there ever was? We're here now, everyone. Yi Hyrin, Juji Hyuk, Yi Hyrin, pretending to be outgoing and bright, and Juji Hyuk, fake coughing to clear his throat while his expressions looking somewhat complicated. The two of them sat down next to each other. Yoo-se-young entered the restaurant soon afterwards. I got delayed while parking the car. Really now, Night Juji Hyuk, how come you don't have the driving license yet? Also, Miss Hyrin, too? Yoo-se-young, hi, I only have a license for riding griffins. Juji Hyuk came up with an excuse while scratching the back of his head. Yoo-se-young smiled brightly and sat down next to Si-jin. Oppa. Baek-song, and then, openly hugged him tightly for everyone to see. Kim Yoo-rin took a glance at Hazeline's direction. Hazeline too glanced at Kim Yoo-rin. Their gazes met each other's in the middle. Hazeline's body shuddered involuntarily, before she formed a smile that said she's okay, and then, leaned her head against Kim Yoo-rin's shoulder. So, is this everyone? Kim Yoo-rin asked while slowly pushing Hazeline's head off her shoulder. No, not yet. There is one more person still to come. Si-jin, one more? Kim Yoo-rin looked around the table. However, no matter how much she looked, everyone seemed to be here. Then, she remembered one more face. But, that woman can't be Kim Yoo-rin. With an excellent timing, the sharp sounds of high heels could be heard. The front entrance to the restaurant opened in a rather eerie manner, and the unlikely protagonist for today's get-together had finally showed herself. Ellie von Bathory, the queen of the vampires. Herc. At her sudden intrusion, everyone panicked, with the only exception being Yoo-se-young and her tilting head, who had no clue on Bathory's true identity. Meanwhile, Bathory walked up to the table in no time and took a seat right next to Baek-song. Seeing Baek-song stiffen up completely, it was as if she was no longer a divine white tiger, but a mere domesticated white cat, instead. And why are you all staring at me for? I'm also a guild member, too. Are you dissatisfied by that? Bathory pointedly asked Juji Hyuk, who had been sitting in his seat with an unhappy expression while staring at the leader of the vampires. As soon as he got asked, he violently shook his head and averted his gaze towards the table. Well, then. Everyone, let's not be so stiff here. We gathered today in order to foster friendship and understanding among the members, so let us enjoy ourselves. Si-jin clapped his hands in order to liven up the atmosphere. At the same time, countless waiters appeared and carried many delicacies and drinks to the table. All of them were luxurious, top-of-the-line stuff that truly showcased the meaning of having a feast. But, well, Bathory didn't really care for how wonderful the feast laid out before her eyes was. Of course, that was only until a plate topped off with a pair of energy bars was placed in front of her. What the? Hey, you wish to kill yourself today? Bathory narrowed her eyes and glared at the waiter that brought this plate. However, as if he had received the prior education, this waiter rapidly evacuated from the spot. Hey! Bring me that bastard over here. Bathory, as if she got a bit ticked off, Bathory cracked her neck muscles and beckoned with her finger. Si-jin quickly pacified her. Don't be like that, and have a bite. Si-jin, and why should I bite crap like this? Bathory, instead of calming down, though, she shouted out in an even louder voice, which served to freeze the atmosphere of the meeting completely. Si-jin wordlessly tapped the table. Take a bite first and see. It's wine-flavored, so I think you might be less resistant to it. Si-jin, Bathory shuddered a bit when she heard him. Wine? The alcoholic drink that humans drank regularly, but something she could never enjoy. Back in her home world, drinking good wine was a popular pastime. Even back then, her young mind often wondered how good it could be, since a bottle of certain wine could buy a whole village. Just how tasty could it be? Bathory surveyed her surroundings. Guild members who were silently staring at her hurriedly dug into their food as soon as her gazes swept past them. Heck, they even forcibly commenced with conversations among themselves. They still stole quick glances at her, though, as if to signal their mounting curiosity to find out whether she'd take a bite off the energy bar or not. And so, another 10 minutes went by. Making sure no one was looking at her, Bathory stealthily picked up one of the bars, and peeled it using mana to erase all sounds. And then, she glanced around one more time to make sure no one was looking. And indeed, no one had noticed. Now was the time. She swallowed the energy bar whole. And at that moment, her eyes shot right open. The faint aroma of grapes that seemed to arrest every pore of her body caused her face to blush, and her spine spasmed violently. It completely, utterly suited her preference. Oof! She quickly blocked her mouth from uttering out the gasps of pleasure. Thank heavens, no one noticed her small incident even now. With a clear exception of one bastard, that was. He here? Bathory felt like pouring all her strength into wiping that oily smirk off Sijin's grinning face. Even if it was for just once. 48. Waves, 3, Fin, Chapter 166, The Wait, 1. Fallen leaves and naked trees, warmer coats and cooler temperatures. In a few areas of Gangwon province, where the changes in seasons were especially prominent, thin snowflakes were falling here and there. It was that kind of a day. The middle of November existed in limbo, stuck between the end of autumn and the beginning of winter. Not wanting to waste precious time, Sijin focused every fiber of his being on various business ventures under his control. Firstly, his company constructed an artificial island the size of Uido off the Gangwon's coastline for the East Sea, and the nesting area for griffins was built there. He also spent half of each day on crafting various artifacts and armaments as well as writing grimoires. Of course, that meant he didn't get to enjoy the luxury of sleep at all during this time. Note, Uda might sound like a fakey tongue twister, but it's an actual island in the middle of Han River flowing through Seoul. Think of it as Manhattan and you're almost there. He also actively participated on the matters of foreign affairs as well. He met and held talks with local and overseas politicians, presidents, and prime ministers. And he assured them that the humanity would definitely overcome the current crisis, so they must never give up help and endure for a little bit longer. Some people accused him of preaching baseless hope to the masses, but Sijin ignored them and did not stop his work. Cooperating with the government, he was able to restrict access to the home base of the El Las clan where the fissure had opened up. The estimated size of the fissure was around 1,000 pyong. Considering that the fissure in Africa that caused the history's biggest catastrophe was only around 20 pyong, the new one's size was enough to instill an unprecedented amount of despair on all who saw it. The survey team comprised of the monster's staff and government employees fell into a deep state of panic once they clapped their eyes on the actual fissure. If it wasn't for Rosratel's mind control magic decreasing the size of the fissure to 1/100th in the survey team's minds, then the whole world might have fallen into an even greater chaos right then. And before long, as he spent every single day busy as a bee, the deadline drew in ever closer, now only 1 month away. There it is. Sijin, and today. Just as it was written on his diary, Sijin came to a coastline near Yongdo located in Busan. And in between the distant white, fluffy clouds, he could see the blurry shape of that Korean Krotit chick. Note, it's an island off the south coast of the city of Busan. Bathory followed Sijin's pointing fingers and took a very long look at the bird-like monster. She was more than satisfied by the adorable exterior of the creature. It's bigger than I expected. Bathory, what, you don't like it? Sijin, nope. Bathory, after spitting out a short reply, Bathory extended out her mana towards the monster. Sijin expected the creature to fiercely rebel against them, but to his surprise, it chased after the mana's trail and descended. Heck, it even nasally chirped Piyak, Piyak, too. Sijin broke out in a hollow chuckle. Did the dang thing recognize its destined master or something? When the bird monster got close enough, Bathory reached out her hand. The creature was busy smiling as it approached, but then, spotted Sijin next to her and became very cautious for a minute. Eventually, though, it crept up closer and settled quietly down on Bathory's arm, like some dang pirate spirit or something. Would you look at that? Finally, Sijin got to take a detailed look at the bird monster. A small protruding beak, the wide and flattish face, and a pair of round and clear eyes that nicely shone in contrast to that face. But what caught his attention the most were faint letters visible on where the wing met the shoulder. It was neither English nor Korean. But Sijin could more or less tell the meaning of those letters. That's my name. Elie von Bathory. As if she had realized the true meaning of it, Bathory murmured with a complicated emotion. Her voice contained a faint trace of sadness. Sijin didn't have anything particularly important to say, so he said whatever. It's a pretty name. Sijin, shut up. Bathory, it seemed that he shouldn't have said anything. When Bathory took a glance at him, heck. The bird monster, that had been busy rubbing its body on Bathory's arm until now, suddenly spat out a breath of flames at Sijin's face. It was as if it would not tolerate a human being annoying its master. Sijin's blackened face crumpled unsightly. Fuat, well done, my chew cream. She had named it already. Sijin grinned thinly and extended his hand towards the monster. Hand it over. Let me hit it just once. Sijin, get lost. Bathory mockingly laughed as if he got what he deserved, and then, used instant transmission along with the bird monster. Suddenly left all alone, Sijin wiped the ashes off his face and searched after her mana signature. Well, there was a little bit of blood he needed to receive from her still. December 1st. Kim Yurin, Sijin, Hazeline, Yusi Young, and Yu Baeksong were staring at the rectangular card resting on top of the conference table and were thinking very deeply. Just what was this card supposed to be? It's my wedding invitation. Yi Hairin solved all their questions with a cheerful voice. The 5 people's heads shot right up. So suddenly? We don't know what's going to happen in the future, so I should get married before something does happen, right? Yi Hairin, unlike her smiling face, her words spoke of a rather depressing future possibility. Does Mr. Ji-hyuk know he's getting married to you? Kim Yurin, Sijin couldn't help but chuckle at Kim Yurin's cautious inquiry. If the husband-to-be wasn't aware of the wedding, then that would be a wonderful comedy in itself. Yi Hairin frowned slightly and nodded her head. Of course. If we count us flirting around as dating, then we've been going out for over a year already. Yi Hairin, indeed, they did flirt pretty hardcore until now. Well, yeah. Mr. Ju Ji-hyuk is a good man, so I am not too concerned, but, Kim Yurin became suspicious ever so slightly. Seeing that a wedding had been set way before the participants were known to be in love, she couldn't help but wonder if there was some kind of an accident at play here. As if she was unable to see why suspicions might rise, or, simply not caring, Yi Hairin grinned refreshingly and surveyed the faces of everyone, before playfully yammering on. Oh yeah, by the way, Captain, just when did you sneak to our guild master's side? Even the first madam is present here and all, so like, wowzers. Yi Hairin, now that you mention it, you're right. Let's swap places. Yusi Young. At the same time, the deeply troubled Yusi Young shot up from her seat. Sorry. Kim Yurin scratched the back of her neck and vacated the seat, and Yusi Young rapidly occupied the resulting empty spot. For the role of the marriage officiant, the Raven Order Master has agreed to fill in, and I also got the word that Guild Master will sing the congratulatory song. Yi Hairin, hang on. I'm singing at your wedding reception? Sijin, yep. Yi Hairin, but, I can't sing, though? No, wait. You've never even asked me about this until now, so how? Sijin, he couldn't remember ever agreeing to sing, not even in his dreams did he agree to do such a thing. When Sijin became flustered, Yi Hairin also became somewhat confused as well. But, I got the permission from Se-young. Back when we went out for a night out, just couple of us nights. Yi Hairin, Se-jin glared at Yu Se-young with eyes demanding explanations. She evaded his pointed stares and whispered in a low voice. I forgot to mention it to you, Yu Se-young, But, you're already so famous for your dreamy voice, Guild Master. That's why I definitely believe you'll sing beautifully, really. And I even boasted to others you'd be singing at the ceremony. Yi Hairin, Se-jin couldn't bring himself to say no to Yi Hairin's desperately pleading eyes. Still, he needed to punish Yu Se-young appropriately. Okay, I understand. I will do it. But Miss Yurin, I think you should change your seat again. Se-jin, no, you can't. I'm sorry, Oppa. Yu Se-young, change the seat. Se-jin, Yu Se-young, and so, Yu Se-young was unceremoniously demoted. But, not too long afterwards, even Kim Yurin lost her spot to Hazeline after she was found to be lusting after Se-jin's portion of snacks. Yi Hairin couldn't help but laugh out loudly while watching these four people. SFX for a loud guffaw. It would be wonderful if she could spend the rest of her life this happy. Yi Hairin thought of this small but luxurious dream. The Monster Guild member and a top celeb, Yi Hairin announces shock wedding ceremony. The husband-to-be is soon afterwards. News broke out simultaneously all over the media. As expected, Yi Hairin's popularity and the reach of her influence were great enough for her story to dominate not only the entertainment sections, but even the society pages as well. And on the following day the news broke, the wedding ceremony took place. The venue was the front lawn of the Guild HQ building. Nominally, it was a small-scale, closed-door wedding ceremony, but the identities of those attending it were enough to cause gasps of shock. From the likes of the Raven Order Master, to the country's Prime Minister, who should be too busy with work to attend a wedding, and even CEO of Trademark, Johan Sung, etc., etc. And in this place where real heavyweights had gathered, Se-jin had to sing in public. The name of the chosen song was You in My Arms. It was rather funny seeing his reddened face while he sang, but thanks to his rather suave voice, the venue soon got into the groove of the song. The whole atmosphere in here was quite romantic and hopeful. The wedding eventually ended in a gentle, tranquil mood. And we're going now. After saying their farewells to the gathered guild members and the family from both sides, Ju Ji-hyuk and Yi Hairin went off to their honeymoon. Actually, although it was nominally a honeymoon, it was nothing more than the married couple taking 3 days off and resting at Yi Hairin's personal residence. As an aside, Yi Hairin's home was a $38 million mansion located in the top suburb of Seoul. The imposing size and the impressive majesty of it were more than enough to shock Ju Ji-hyuk quite thoroughly. At the same time, Se-jin decided to travel along with Yu Se-young, who also got some time off as well. Because of the current state of the world, they couldn't go too far, so they just went to a small villa on the coast, to have some private fun. The plan was for just the two of them to go and hide away for a while. Yet, weren't we supposed to go alone? Like, just us two? Unfortunately, several hangers-on decided to pop in and ruin that plan. Rosrael, Kim Sun-ho, Hazeline, even Yu Baek-song. It was a mystery how they found out, but they still showed up carrying their luggage. Yeah, me too. I was thinking the same. Se-jin replied to Yu Se-young while sweating heavily. Hazeline quickly figured out the couple's unhappy moods, and told them not to worry. It's just that our direction's the same. Our purposes are completely different, you know. Don't you think we should also enjoy potentially the last vacation in our lives, too? Hazeline, if so, why were they shoving their bags into Se-jin's car? He was so dumbfounded. A hollow chuckle threatened to break out from his mouth. Let's go. Yu Baek-song had climbed into the car before anyone noticed her, and shouted out loudly. And so, Se-jin went off on a vacation with them, unable to do anything. Yu Se-young and Se-jin set up camp in the holiday villa, while the rest rented out a pension in its entirety for themselves. Note: a pension is a small hotel or a boarding house usually found in France, not just a regular payment system by a government to retirees. This area was a famous vacation spot known for its scenic mountains and valleys, but, thanks to the current state of affairs, not one person was vacationing here. Si-jin's group enjoyed the sights of the valley, now totally devoid of people, the incident of Hazeline nearly drowning because of Yu Baeksong's prank notwithstanding. Next, they held a BBQ, and in the evening, a campfire. The group had fun together. In the beginning, Yu Se-young was full of dissatisfaction, her shoulders drooping noticeably, but by the time they settled around the campfire, she was carrying around genuinely happy expressions and told them it was much more fun with everyone together. See you guys tomorrow. After saying simple goodbyes, the group split into two. As soon as Si-jin and Yu Se-young returned to the villa, they took a shower together. Well, rather than together, it was more like Si-jin barging in while Yu Se-young was in the middle of a shower, actually. Oppa, I'm tired. Tired. Maybe she had used up too much energy in the bathroom. Se-young was just about to fall into a deep slumber when she hit the bed. Si-jin gave his best shot at first, but he soon gave up rousing her and had to be satisfied only with tightly embracing her. Cool breezes sneaked in through the open windows, and the trees of the forest sang sorrowfully. An unknown amount of time went by. Se-young, Si-jin softly whispered into the ears of steadily breathing Yu Se-young. NG? Her voice was deeply drowsy. He met his gaze with hers, and spoke with a serious voice. Let's get married. Si-jin. The lull of sleep left her in that moment, and Yu Se-young's eyes widened in surprise. But just a little bit later. Si-jin, then, her eyes narrowed in dissatisfaction this time. She pouted heavily and asked him. Why? Yu Se-young, I must go on a lengthy business trip to a faraway place, you see. When I return, I'll explain everything. Si-jin. Yu Se-young maintained silence for a long time. It was hard to read her expressions in this moonless night. However, the smile she formed after the long bout of silence was exceptionally bright and clear. How long will you go away for this time? Yu Se-young, not sure. I think it might take a while. Si-jin, and, if I wait for you? Yu Se-young. Si-jin chuckled slightly. I'll give you the rest of my life. Si-jin, you huck. I'm gonna curl up here. Yu Se-young. She playfully frowned deeply, but then, gifted him a long kiss right away. And he decided to accept this kiss as a sign from her agreeing to his conditions. However, their gradually heating up atmosphere got rudely interrupted by a strange tremor. It wasn't a big one, but also, quite a bit unsettling to simply ignore. Perhaps overcome with ominous feelings, Yu Se-young's eyes snapped open and she tried to leave the bed, but Si-jin stopped her. Oppa, just now, Yu Se-young, it's okay. It'll be fine. So, just spend the night with me, here. Si-jin. The tremor was simply caused by the ground collapsing slightly after the fissure opened up more than usual. There were still around 2 weeks to go. So, you don't have to worry. I'll take care of everything. Si-jin. 49. The Wait, 1, Fin. Chapter 167, The Wait, 2. Si-jin and Yu Se-young laid back down on the bed again. And then, while using each other's body as blankets, they tried to invite back the goddess of slumber. The whispers of nature tickled their ears. If time flowed by quietly like this, then surely, sleep would wash over them sooner rather than later. Unfortunately, they overlooked one little thing: they hadn't come to this vacation by themselves. The distance between the pension where the rest of the group were staying and the countryside villa was less than 15 minutes, and well, they ran to the villa and pounded on the front door like crazy. Se-young. Mr. Si-jin. There must be something big happening right now. There was a strange tremor just now. Hey, stop pushing, will you? Several voices were chaotically mixed up, and ended up sounding like screams, or maybe bizarre roars of wild beasts. So, the couple had no choice but to exit the villa. As soon as the front door was opened, 5 totally freaked out faces, on the verge of unconsciousness, even, greeted them. Si-jin tried to pacify them by saying there was nothing to worry about, but no one would relax simply because he told them to. In the end, Si-jin told them to enter the villa, asked them to have a sit on the floor, and then, called a certain person waiting near the fisher's location via phone, Lilia. So, how does the situation look right now? Si-jin, the ground sank just a bit more. Lilia, what about monsters? Has any come out? Si-jin, no, but there should be still some time left before monsters do show up. Lilia, in other words, it's nothing major, right? Si-jin, yes, it's nothing big. Lilia, thank you very much. Si-jin, hanging up the phone, Si-jin shrugged his shoulders. See? She says there's nothing to worry about. Si-jin, however, the various dumbstruck expressions on the group were something else to behold. What the, Mr. Si-jin? Just what is nothing to worry about here? Shouldn't we return right away? I just got a call from the president, you know. Wait a minute, who was that woman on the phone? Why does she sound so affectionate towards you? These words were spoken by Hazeline, Kim Sun-ho, Yoo Baek-song, and Yoo Si-young, in that order. It's alright, everyone. It is really nothing to worry about. Si-jin, hey, I said, who is that woman on the phone just now? Yoo Si-young. Si-jin looked at Yoo Si-young and her very serious expression, and let out a gentle chuckle. Hey, you, that's not the most important issue here, you know. She's a person who will become a guild member pretty soon. Si-jin, really? How come I don't know who she is, then? Yoo Si-young, I'll introduce her later. Si-jin, pff. Yoo Si-young. Yoo Si-young's eyes narrowed to a slit, full of suspicion. Hazeline glanced at the two, and shouted out in an urgent voice. Come on now, that's not the real problem here, Si-young. In the end, the situation reverted back to chaos once more and Si-jin had no choice but to board the car heading back home. The group arrived at the fisher's location and confirmed the details with their own two eyes. Just as Lilia had explained, the ground surrounding the fisher had simply collapsed just a tad, and nothing as worrisome as powerful, unknown demonic creatures popping out happened. Which meant, there was nothing for them to do here, and so, the group went their separate ways, their minds full of nervous worries and fears. 2 days later, Yi Hyerin and Ju Ji-hyuk returned from their honeymoon break. As soon as they returned, they jumped straight back into being knights. Almost at the same time, the sect master of Jin Mudo, Yi Eugene, returned to Korea after finishing up the training of junior disciples overseas. As if to welcome her arrival, small and big fishers began to spring up just about everywhere from that day onwards. One appeared in the middle of a city, one on the coastline, sometimes even in the middle of the sky. Over 100 sightings of new fishers occurred every day. Also, strange, dark red mucus liquid oozed out from the underground fissure that would later form the portal. Thankfully, contrary to Bathory's fears, there was not one trace of unidentifiable creatures mixed among that disgusting liquid. Looks like there's still some time left, then. Bathory. While gritting her teeth, Bathory burned away every drop of that mucus liquid filling up the underground space. Si-jin studied her for a bit, before a smile formed on his lips. Because, he spotted small, faint crumbs of energy bar lightly coating the corners of her mouth. He heard that she'd been ordering Rosratel around to procure and consume 6 energy bars of varying flavors every day. Well, how would she react once she became a bit obese later on? You are going to get overweight, you know. Si-jin, what? What bullshit are you spewing now? Bathory, nothing. Never mind. Si-jin, he shook his head and asked her instead. That's that, but, what will you do? Si-jin, about what? Bathory frowned slightly. Si-jin's brows danced slightly as he spoke to her in an intimate voice. I would love it if you remained here, in this world. When I go there, without a doubt, your help will be greatly needed in stopping the monster waves. You being here makes me feel quite secure and confident, you know? Hell, You alone should be more than enough to take on the workload of 7 billion people. Si-jin, Bathory didn't say a word. He thought that was the silent refusal, but as it turned out, he was wrong. Her voice belatedly leaked out, and well, the emotion of fear was weighing down greatly. Even I can't do it. Bathory, what? Why? Si-jin, there won't be an end to monsters coming out of the portal, that's why. Bathory, that won't be a problem. I'm going to close it. Si-jin, when he replied to her and smiled brightly, Bathory's expression crumpled all of a sudden and she shouted at him. Stop messing with me, you stupid fucking coont idiot. Bathory, and just where did you learn to speak like that? Si-jin, doesn't matter where I learned it. You think you're a god or something? From the word go, it's completely impossible to close a portal that has been fully opened up. And then, let's not forget, monsters pouring out from the said portal is on a whole new level of nastiness altogether. Those filthy, disgusting sons of bitches have destroyed countless worlds until now, and even I can't win against them. If that portal remained open for 1 second, it'll be the end. The end, you hear me? Bathory, as soon as she finished shouting, her expressions darkened as if she recalled the events of the past. He studied her for a minute or two, before walking towards the fissure. Hey, where do you think you're going now? Bathory, the scared voice of Bathory came from behind him, but he ignored that for the moment and walked towards the border between the fissure and the ground. He then peered into the darkness below. Inside that deep, endless darkness, those As were waiting. The mysterious, unknown As, sometimes referred to as the devourer of worlds, or dimensions. He could clearly hear their violent, ominous pulsing with his ears of the wolf. Will I be able to do it? The wolf of Apocalypse, with its giant jaws touching the heavens and the earth below, devouring even the lands of the godly beings, that was Fenrir. Inferring from the legendary tale, what he had to do couldn't have been any clearer even if he tried. He had to jump in, wade inside the portal, and then, swallow whole the origin of this fissure. Of course, he was scared. Also, there were several question marks that hadn't been answered yet. It was a definite fact that the Si-jin from the diary, the future version of him, had indeed traveled to the past. However, did the world survive? And, just where was the future version of himself right now? Details of the events that happened after the jump to the past weren't recorded properly, so it was only natural he was full of questions. Was it because the future him gave the diary away to Lilia? Suddenly, he thought about his parents. On the basis of the Nosferatu's faith, they also ended up trusting their yet-to-be-born son. A thin smile broke out on his lips, wondering whether it was the chicken or the egg that came first. In the end, though, that didn't matter. Far more importantly, right now, he was finally connected to his parents. He spoke up with groundless confidence. I am going to succeed. Si-jin, what? Bathory's voice was coming from somewhere surprisingly close. Also, he sensed that his sleeves were being held, too. Overcome with curiosity ever so slightly, Si-jin turned around to see what was what, and found Bathory trying to reel him back in, her body trembling in fear. When he looked at her, a sneaky desire to pull a prank suddenly reared its head. SFX for a loud, scary roar, Q-ha. She fell back on her butt, completely shocked silly out of her mind. Her reaction was far greater than he expected. He chuckled and extended his hand to her, but then, with a loud slap, she lit up his cheek. You rotten son of a bitch. Bathory, ha, I'm sorry. Si-jin, Bathory snorted out figurative flames out of her nostrils while standing up. She then stomped angrily while walking away, but Si-jin grabbed her wrist and stopped her. Hey, before you go, give me an answer. Will you help me or not? Si-jin, you crazy idiot trash. You really think your harebrained plan will really work? Bathory, he replied to her matter-of-factly. It will, with your help. Si-jin, Bathory didn't say anything, other than a short snort, as she turned around to leave. but there was not one trace of deception, lies, or anger in her movements. In other words, he could take that as her saying yes. With that, his mind became a lot more relaxed now. Left alone, he checked the situation once more. 4 days remained until the end of the deadline. Strange phenomena were happening all around the world already. Ominous signs such as the ground turning jet black occurred everywhere. People were afraid. Every day, protesters were marching violently, demanding the truth. Si-jin ruminated on what he had to do inside this portal. If he was brutally honest, then, rather than the obligation from the thoughts of I must do this in order to save the world filling him up, it was instead the instinctive fear slowly overtaking everything, as the date loomed ever so closer. Whenever he thought about the day in question, his heart pounded madly and even tears formed on the corners of his eyes. He dreamed nightmares throughout the night, and woke up drenched in cold perspiration. This was probably the results born out of his self-doubt. Could he really do it? If he had no trait, then he would be an orphan who would have died as an orphan, a life even worse than an unremarkable one. So, could someone like him really succeed? Such doubts and worries plagued him every single night. If so, could he have lived a normal, boring life if no trait manifested in him? If he thought about it, that wasn't possible. From the very beginning, a normal life was an impossible dream since his father was a Ma-in, and more importantly, he would have lived and died a worthless life where he'd have never met any of the precious people surrounding him now. Such a life was completely worthless compared to the one he was living right now. Right. He had no choice. In order to protect this happiness, he had no choice but to do it. He wasn't doing it for the grand ideal of saving the world, but for the very personal and perhaps, even selfish reason of wanting to remain happy with his circle of precious friends and family. That was all he needed. So, he calmed his mind and took another peek into the darkness, wanting to see where he should bravely jump into, in order to make it back to the people he loved and cared about. It was a lucky coincidence that the day before the portal would open up completely, was the date for the second scheduled get-together for the guild members. This time, even Yi-jin made it, after she missed the first one because of her trip to overseas at the time. But, there wasn't much to talk about. No, rather than nothing to talk about, not one conversation happened between the members. Instead, Yu Se-young was neck-deep in complicated thoughts. Hazeline was quietly sobbing away while leaning on Kim Yurin's shoulders. Even the usually easygoing Yi Hye-rin was seeking Ju Ji-hyuk's arms to cry her heart out. A few, you hopeless fools. Seriously now. Bathory, only Bathory remained brave, as she glared at everyone with a dissatisfied expression on her face. Within this depressing atmosphere, Si-jin finally willed himself to open his mouth. Everyone, I am going on a business trip, soon. Si-jin, suddenly, thick silence descended and all gazes focused on him. Yu Se-young was doing her absolute best not to cry, while every guild member, such as Hazeline, Kim Sun-ho, etc., were staring at him with dumbfounded eyes. Pardon? You're going off to war? Hazeline, note, the Korean words for business trip and joining the army, going to war have a single spelling difference. Hence this rather weak humor from the author. Startled, Hazeline hurriedly stood up from her seat. No, a business trip. I'm going on a trip. It shouldn't be as dangerous as going to a war, though. Si-jin, but, that doesn't even make sense, right? I mean, under the current state of the world, just what kind of a business trip? Kim Yurin. At Kim Yurin's query, Si-jin fell into a dilemma. Should he tell them the truth? If so, then how should he break it to them? If he decides on how, then how far should he tell them? But wasn't that all too much work? Besides, his work was pretty easy. Technically speaking, of course. A simple affair, where he'd definitely come back alive, and meet up with everyone sooner or later. And that would be the end. So, he decided to gloss over it. Besides, either Bathory or Lilia would explain everything later, anyways. Well, that you can hear it from either Miss Lilia, or from our Miss Bathory over here later on. Sijin, why are you mentioning me, all of a sudden? Bath 3, what? What did you say just now, Oppa? Our? Why is this woman suddenly our Bath 3? Yusi Young, Bath 3 glared sharply. And at the same time, Yusi Young's eyes gleamed dangerously after hearing the word our. Coincidentally, their sharp, deadly eyes collided mid-air. The obvious loser from that exchange was Yusi Young. As soon as their eyes met, she lowered her tail real fast. No, wait. You should still give us a proper explanation. What kind of a business it is, how long you'll take, and what should we do in the meantime, Kim Yurin asked him with a serious face. Hazeline next to her nodded her head incessantly with a pair of extra-large eyes. Really, it's nothing much. And, it won't take too long, either probably. Sijin, from their perspective, most likely, it wouldn't take long at all. Even if that wasn't the case, Sijin dearly hoped that that would be the case. Besides, you know very well what you must do, anyways. Performing the duties of a knight, that's what. Ah, that's right. I almost forgot, is the distribution of artifacts and armaments complete? Sijin, the monster had opened up the vault for the artifacts and the orc blacksmith's weapons, and distributed every single item to every knight under the sun, with a pretext of renting them out unconditionally until the end of the current crisis. Yes. Everyone is apparently confused whether to feel elated or be saddened. Kim Yurin, well, that's fine. For now, let's go home early, since we don't know what new things might happen tomorrow. Sijin, Kim Sijin spoke up to hear, and an unusually bright smile formed on his face. Well, everyone. I'll see you guys at the next scheduled get-together, okay? Sijin, 49. The Wait, 2, Finn, Chapter 168, The Wait, 3. Note, told from MC's perspective. 1 month. On will it be 2 months? Yusi Young. It's the night before. Se-young was asking me, while fidgeting within my arms. But I could not be sure how long it might take, so I was unable to answer her with anything concrete. Then, maybe 3 months. Yusi Young. Se-young's voice was getting progressively smaller. Maybe. Sijin, 4 months. Yusi Young. She was whispering now. I did my best to form a believable smile, and lightly kissed her forehead. I will come back as soon as I can. Hell, I might even show up tomorrow, as if nothing has happened at all. Sijin, liar. Yusi Young, no, really? Sijin, there was always the possibility, since the future was not set in stone. I spoke to her with a light grin, and Se-young returned a bit more relaxed smile of her own. In that case, I should just select the venue and send out invitations in the meantime, right? Yusi Young, NG. Be ready and wait for me. Sijin, I answered her like so, and hugged her tightly. Her petite body felt unusually pitiful and small today, for some reason. I even almost broke out in tears, but somehow, held back. But not too long after, a soft sobbing stabbed into my ears. Se-young was crying. SFX for patting of the back. Unfortunately, the only thing I could do was to gently pat her back. Right now, I wish the night would flow just a bit slower than normal. Note, still told from MC's perspective. During the early dawn, when the sun hadn't broken the navy blue darkness just yet, I spiritualized my diary and carried it to the location of the underground portal. It had been only 1 day, yet the sight before me perfectly fitted the description hell on earth to a T. Strange, monstrous beings that resembled snakes, dogs, etc. And then, there was that unidentifiable creature wriggling about within the black mucus substance, and Bathory was here, battling all by herself. Lots of mini portals opened up all over the planet now. Bathory, she took a glance at my direction and told me while burning away the tide of monsters. Half of those mini portals will act as doorways to another world, while the rest, well, they will become the gates of hell with monsters pouring out. Bathory, she spoke in a roundabout way to let me know that the time was finally up. I walked towards the portal without saying anything. The thing I had to do was exceedingly simple. I just needed to wade through the portal, seemingly choked full with countless monsters forcing their way out from the distant, unspeakably deep bottom. It sounded rather simple, but it required an unimaginable amount of bravery, so I briefly wondered whether I should pour myself a stiff drink or not. "Hey, you listening?" Bathory. I slightly turned my head to look at her. "Yeah? Sijin, you really going to act according to that plan of yours? Even if you succeed, the end of the world won't change, the portal might close, but that won't take care of the remaining monsters in this world, you know? And in case you fail, that's even worse than a dog's death, too." Bathory. No need for useless talk, but let me ask you one thing. Bathory, you and your underlings aren't planning to jump into the portal, right? Sijin. Inside this portal, there was a door that allowed one to go to the past, or to another world, a new dimension. Bathory bit her lower lip as if she had thought about this matter over and over again. And the answer coming from that deep deliberation was a wonderful one, the kind I really liked hearing. "I'm remaining here." Bathory. Very good. Sijin, as if she didn't care for my grin, her eyes narrowed to a slit while she spoke. "It's not because you persuaded me, okay? Well, my home world ravaged by these motherfuckers isn't my old home world anymore, anyway." Bathory. It's the correct decision. Sijin. Now that Bathory agreed to help, there was nothing to stop me here. There was no need for a grand ceremony, either. Oh, and no point in hesitating, too. I transformed into the lichen form, and carefully observed the other side of the portal. The portal was spitting out things as if it was erupting out like a volcano. These things kind of resembled bits of human flesh, but also wriggled around like an individual organism. That grotesque sight was truly disgusting, but at the same time, fear-inducing. But I needed to be brave. In order to live, this was something I just had to do. Well, I'm off. Sijin. I didn't need a countdown. The ticking of a clock would only erode my resolve, anyway. With a simple leap, I jumped down into the portal. What the? Hey. Wait a second. Bathory. I heard Bathory's surprised voice behind me. But soon enough, all sounds disappeared, and I sank deeper and deeper into the gap of nothingness. Note, still from MC's well, you get the idea. The sticky, unwelcome sensation of the mucous membrane only hung around in the beginning. As time passed, I could feel nothing at all. It was as if the sensation of touch had been robbed from me. I tried to look around. I once heard that the inside of a portal resembled that of the wild, unclaimed nature, but all I saw was the jet-black darkness. Even the stars that blinked faintly in the distance got swallowed up by this all-conquering darkness. Was I looking at the vast expanse of the outer space? Wait, didn't the space also form a part of the nature, too? My mind got drowsy and my thoughts were blurring. It was hard to tell whether I was still breathing, moving, or even if I was still alive or dead. Suddenly, a turbid stream of something rushed past me quite violently, and it shot up and up. Within this black stream, I witnessed the hidden creature's pulsing beats and felt their maddened eyes on me. But thanks to them, I remembered the reason why I was here in the first place. I had to go to where this stream came from, so I fixed my heading opposite to the direction of the flow. And then, time flowed and flowed. Was it a minute, or 1 hour? 1 day? Maybe a month, or even a whole year. Trapped within this unexplainable world, I feared that my ego, the sense of self, would retard and scatter away, never to become whole again. There, not too long after, or perhaps an eternity later, a massive black gap that looked like a black hole revealed itself in the far distance. That black hole quivered continuously and spat out monstrous creatures non-stop. Instinctively, my eyes snapped open wide. My fatigued and weakened body was revitalized by the pulse of life, and it felt like my head was burning up now. As if they had sensed the change, the creatures spat out from the black hole left the turbid stream and surrounded me, clinging onto me. Unexpectedly, it felt very cold, and painful, too. So, I transformed into the Fenrir. The host has transformed into the legendary Fenrir. For the next 12 hours, the wolf that kills gods, Fenrir. Suddenly, my eye level changed, and my sight cleared up completely. A monster busy clinging onto my waist seemed as small as a speck of dust. Even the black hole looked like a slightly big cotton candy to me. So, I swallowed it whole, just like that. The black hole got crushed like a pulp and got sucked into my mouth. An existence that cannot be handled by the host has been absorbed. If this was what I had to do, then well, without a fanfare, I've done it. But then, too many of the monsters had left towards Earth. If I was to help Bathory and kill them, I had to go back as soon as possible. It hurts a bit, though, but my body didn't want to move. Was this a severe case of indigestion? Or was I dying for good? Unable to budge an inch, I just floated within the dark emptiness while submerged in thoughts. One possibility I've been denying until now entered my head. Perhaps, did the future me die and no longer exist? It really did feel like that was the case. It really was a persuasive argument, and I stopped my endless voyage. I wanted to disappear along with the cold yet burning sensation of the stars wrapping around my body, and every little thing wriggling so naughtily within me. I began recalling old memories, one by one. I remembered going home while holding Mom's hand when I was really young, but then, I couldn't recall anything for the next 15 years after that. Maybe that was par for the course, really. Before my trait manifested, I lived a shadow-like life where I was neither alive nor dead, after all. However, the memories of the past 5 years were so vivid and real. I met Kim Yurin, met Hazeline, met Yu Si-young, met Kim Yu-son, and met Ju Ji-hyuk, and a brilliantly shining life interconnected by many encounters and friendships. Only then, my purpose and resolve finally surfaced from the muddy, sleepy waters of my fading consciousness. I couldn't stop here. I promised Si-young that I'd return, after all. And besides, there was something else I still had to do. In order to succeed in pretty much anything, taking care of the aftermaths was very important. My mind spun faster than ever before. The future version of me, whose whereabouts were unknown. The existence called as the Devourer of the Dimensions, a being that not even Bathory could stand up against. And finally, the time required for the divine creature of the legends, the Leviathan, to mature fully. And I found my answer. When I opened my eyes, I saw a dim point of light far, far away. With all my might, I began doggy-pedaling towards that light. SFX for retching. Suddenly, I felt nauseous. The portal to the past was over there, yet the gap between the worlds and its immense pressure was forcibly restraining me. In order to endure, I gritted my teeth and transformed into the Leviathan form. The skill Ultimate Resistance has been activated. The host will resist the universe's laws and its suppression for a short period of time. The alert window said as much, yet it felt like my limbs were twisting apart at the seams and my entire being felt like melting from the terrifying heat. But I did not give up. I dashed towards that point of light non-stop. And only after all my scales were burned away, when my eyes got seared into blindness and the world became nothing but darkness, only then, I exited into the brilliant brightness of the sunlight. Note, still told from MC's viewpoint. I opened my eyes. The first thing I saw was the bright sunlight and the densely packed verdant forest. I remained on my back for the next 5 minutes while trying to figure out what was going on, before standing up in a hurry. Was I in a human's appearance? Yes, I was. What about the alert windows? They worked just fine. Phew, a sigh of relief escaped from my lips automatically. After getting a hold of myself, I found some leeway to check out the surrounding area. But I became speechless soon enough. There were no skyscrapers. There were no asphalt roads. There were no modern buildings either. What greeted me was a whole bunch of traditional houses with tiled and thatched roofs, a fortress and watchtowers, many horse-drawn carts and carriages, and finally, the smell of cow manure serving as fertilizer. Yep, the sight before my eyes were straight out of the Joseon era. Note, a Korean dynasty established in 1392. Lasted until 1910. So, that's why nothing was written on the diary about this part, huh? I muttered to myself. It was impossible to figure out what the year was. Well, I thought that I might need 500 to 600 years if the Leviathan needed to reach the maturity, so, let's say this was 550 years back in the past. And, if I was to sleep for half a year, then that meant I had to spend at least 1,000 days wide awake. For some reason, continued to leak out of my lips. Okay, I should think this over thoroughly. 500 years should be more than enough for the Leviathan form to reach adulthood. A fully grown Leviathan should be able to fight against the Devourer of the Dimensions, or so referred to as by Bathory herself. I already resolved myself to the possibility of a lengthy wait. Well, I was going to wait far longer than I expected, though. I raised my head and stared into the far-off distance. A blue ocean was gently undulating over yonder like silk under the clear sunlight. That must have been the East Sea. Meaning, my bedroom was right over there. Oh well. Naught but to wait, I guess. I would wait. If I endure a bit more, then it'd be the correct time sooner rather than later. Note, still told from the MC's point of view. When the Leviathan went to sleep, it'd be for 3 months straight. And when it woke up, well, it had to stay awake for a week. Most of the time while I was in slumber, I remained at the bottom of the ocean, but when I was awake, I walked around Josie on to see what was what. And so, I got to witness with my own 2 eyes, the historical moment when the creation of Hunmumjeongeum took place, the wretchedness and horrors of the Japanese invasion between 1592 and 1598, the humiliation of the Manchu War of 1636. Note, Hunmumjeongeum is the original Korean alphabet system invented under the rule of King Sejong. I lost count how many times I clenched my fist while watching the foreign invaders rape and pillage the land, when witnessing the common folk suffer through horrible unfairness completely unimaginable in a modern society. But I never once tried to do something that might change the history. Things I could influence were limited to a few events, after all. And so, time continued to flow by while I waited. I remained awake for only 3 weeks a year, but still, the remaining days were just too many. It became progressively harder to maintain my sanity. Sometimes, I missed everyone terribly. Sometimes, my urges became a problem. Sometimes, a rage that couldn't be kept down tried to drown me. Every passing day was a torture, and I gradually grew to fear the sun setting and the moon rising over each passing day. That was why I sometimes went to a village of human beings. Rather happily enough, I could converse just fine with people, although there were some differences in pronunciation and the meaning of certain words. "Barmaid, get me a bowl of rice and soup, please." I got a hankering for food with grain, so I sought out a traditional roadside tavern. A big dude with 188 centimeter tall height was ordering with a loud voice, so perhaps inevitably, all attention got focused to my direction. While I waited for my food in somewhat of a daze, a man who had been watching me with strange eyes initiated a conversation. "You have a good physique there, young man." "Ha ha. Thank you." "Sejin, are you perchance a military man?" "No, just a commoner." "Sejin." The man stroked his lengthy beard and nodded his head. Then, my food arrived. I couldn't help but stare at the small bowl and the pathetically small amount of grub inside, and then, chuckled softly. I see that the current state of affairs for us common folk aren't so good right now. Sejin, but of course. We haven't had rain for quite some time now, as if the gods have become annoyed with us. No rain has fallen? Sejin, indeed. This drought is lasting longer than previous years, too. It's quite a worrisome matter, really. The man looked really worried as he sighed out. I smirked slightly while looking at him. Rain, you say? Well, you might have rain later on today. Sejin, what do you mean? The man tilted his head slightly, but soon, a sneer formed on his lips and he asked me again. Are you perchance a shaman? Well, close enough. Si Jin, cue you. The man laughed. But it wasn't just him now, everyone here in the tavern was laughing along as well. What a funny person he is. He looks fine on the outside, yet, there were sneering out comments one after the other. Ha ha. Well, we shall see later on. Si Jin, I simply carried a thick smile on my face. 49. The Wait, 3, Fin, Chapter 169, The Wait, 4. Note, the whole chapter is told from the MC's perspective. Causing rain to fall was a rather easy job for me. After I gathered water particles in the atmosphere and created cumulonimbus clouds, rain fell on the following day. Oh, here he comes. Under the grey sky and thick, incessant falling raindrops, I entered the roadside tavern while raindrops slid off the large straw hat I was wearing at the time, to find men from yesterday waiting for me with stunned faces. Fella, you have the divine touch. The first guy to talk to me showed off an especially exaggerated reaction. He barged his way through and occupied a seat right next to mine. Ha ha. Barmaid, a bowl of rice and soup, please. Si Jin, first things first, I ordered food. Meanwhile, the guy asked me with the face of a man dying of curiosity. How did you know? I simply asked God, that's all. Si Jin, both eyes of the man went extra round. Are you saying you can talk to a god? Well, something like that. Si Jin, that is amazing. While we laughed and conversed in not very important topics, my grub was placed on the table. And well, I could see that the amount had doubled compared to yesterday. Ugh, looks delicious. Si Jin, you know, the next district to ours is also suffering through a drought, so, is it possible to find out when it'll rain over there? Hearing the man's query, I smiled deeply while shoving the rice in my mouth. Most likely, about 2 days later. Si Jin, 2 days later dang it. We haven't even introduced ourselves, yet, have we? I am called Yi Siup. And you're, Unni, here's your ingredients. It was then, a refreshingly open and honest voice tickled my ears. I took a glance and saw a young girl. The guy followed my gaze, and then grinned lewdly while poking my side with his elbow. It seems like your eyes are working just fine, huh? She's the most beautiful girl in our village, you see. She's a bit on the young side, but well, her age is just about right to get married, don't you think so? Yi Siup, to call her the most beautiful was maybe my standard had risen or something, but she only seemed just about above average to me. Couldn't be sure whether such a view was because of the era I was in or not, though. I smirked slightly and shook my head. I already have someone waiting for me. Si Jin, but, you haven't even had Sangtu done yet? Note, Sangtu is a hairstyle reserved only for adult males in the Joseon era Korea. Come. I will have it done once I go back home. Si Jin, is that right? How regrettable. Hum. Oi, barmaid, give me the same rice and soup bowl as this young man over here. However, Yi Siup received only half a bowl and as a side dish, and received an earful of complaints. The barmaid, the tavern owner as it turned out, told him to settle his tab first. I grinned faintly and gazed at the two, then felt a pair of eyes on me. Turning my head around, I found that most beautiful girl in the county staring at me quite openly. Hup. When our eyes met, she shyly averted her gaze, somewhat in a hurry. But soon enough, her eyes stealthily sought me out again, only to meet my gaze once more. Exclamation mark you, Unni, I'm going now. In the end, she left the tavern as if running away. Without a doubt, the value of my appearance was great, no matter what era it was. I swept my hair back, full of unnecessary pride. But, well, it seemed that the folks of the village were far more interested in me predicting the rain, rather than how I looked like. A short time passed by before more villagers rushed into the tavern. As if the rumor had gotten around, even the people from the neighboring villages showed up hurriedly and asked about the rain. You might get some rain at your side around 4 days from today. Si Jin, what about our village? You don't have to worry, as it'll rain there very soon. See Jin. After that day, I somehow ended up acting as a spokesperson for the gods. But I found it quite fun, being among the simple and honest folks. And as I began staying within the village, even a few housewives developed a sort of interest in me as well. Of course, the most beautiful girl in the village was included in that group, but well, my standards had been increased after being together with Yu Se-young for so long. I came up with an excuse of me being a nameless wanderer, and politely declined all of their advances. A week went by, and the time for me to go to sleep arrived once more. You're heading off now? Yes. I shall return in 3 months' time. See Jin. 3 months, you say? How regrettable. You were indeed the only person I could talk to properly around here. Folks around these parts are too simple and straightforward, you see. Ha ha. I actually preferred that, ye see upon. Note, on is an archaic form of honorific, used to address an older male. I lowered my head. Be safe on your way. And don't forget to stop by. With the dignified farewell from the man, ye see up, behind me, I left the village that I grew rather fond of during this short stay. Beneath the deep sea that seemed to swallow all sunlight, I opened my eyes. Already, 3 months had gone by. I checked the alert windows first. Too bad, the Leviathan form only grew by a fraction of a percent. A disappointed groan automatically escaped my mouth. However, that groan morphed into a violent underwater storm and rushed towards the surface. Startled silly by this mistake, I quickly reined in the wayward flow of water and reverted back to the human's appearance. Once I got to the shore, I yawned out loudly and stretched my limbs out. Then, I headed back to the village. It had been only 3 months, yet the most beautiful girl in the village, the one who was said to like me very much, had settled down with another dude already. The husband was a farmer well known in the village for being honest and hardworking. She was somewhat flustered by my resurgence, but I simply congratulated with a generous smile. Ye see up welcomed me back with open arms. He didn't ask me about the rain, though, but did inquire if I'd be willing to help out during the autumn harvest. Of course, I agreed to do it. Well, I was confident of working harder and smarter than a cow, at any rate. However, I realized how difficult it was. Harvesting required skill, far more than actual physical strength, as it turned out. But, maybe due to the goblin's craftsmanship skill, I was able to rapidly adapt to the job. By the end of the 4th day, I had become the greatest farmer on earth, going so as far as to take on the entire village's workload by myself. The week's worth of time flew by like an arrow as I helped out with the harvest, and I had to go and sleep once more. I bid everyone a much harder farewell compared to the last time and returned to the ocean. Afterwards, every 3 months, when the seasons changed, I visited the same village. The villagers always welcomed me back, and fun things always happened there. This was a simple life, a lifestyle I found to be my liking. However, the villagers and I weren't living on the same flow of time. As the days went by, sorrowful events began to occur. 3 years later, the very first person to engage me in small talk, Yi Seop, contracted tuberculosis and passed away. 2 years after that, his wife also passed on. A year after that, the barmaid of the tavern I frequented came down with an illness. Naturally, the tavern had to close. It was over 6 years to them. It was just over 3 months for me. With that much time passing by, it became increasingly difficult to visit the village anymore. People began suspecting me who didn't seem to age one bit. Some started treating me as if I was a god, while a few idiots who thought I was some kind of a devil also emerged. And so, I had to leave the village for good. Afterwards, I never remained in one village for too long, and wandered around without a destination. Flowers bloomed and wilted countless times, monsoon flooded the world numerous times, and snow dyed the ground white many more times. I thought of living through the ages as my duty, a job that I had to do and lived on, while disinterestedly watching the world flow by. Coincidentally, I ran into Dasun Jong Yak Yong. Just as he was known in the history book, I got to see his saint-like actions firsthand. And then, the period of in-law governance of the Joseon era, that would eventually cause the downfall of the kingdom, began. Every village I went to, people seemed to get more distrusting and callous than before, and the number of highwaymen attacking travelers increased as well. When Gojong became the new king, his royal regent Prince Yi Hung seized all political power. He controlled all the royal relatives, pursued isolation policy, and enjoyed his rise to prominence for a while. But his wild ambitions couldn't last long. An unidentified battleship entered the territorial waters of Gangweiland. It was the Gangweiland incident of 1875. Completely humiliated by a lone warship, Joseon was forced to sign the Treaty of Ganghwa on February 27, 1876. On Gapsnayon, a coup happened. But the gallant youths couldn't even endure until the first signs of snow melting, and either died or ran away. The Donghaek Peasant Revolution failed, and I witnessed the announcement of the Protectorate Treaty between Japan and Joseon. And on 1st of March that year, I watched as the sadness and anger of the citizens who had lost their country spread out like the undulating ripples on the water's surface. I saw the young men of this country, forcibly drafted into military service because of another's imperialistic desire to conquer. However, the sun still rose every morning, and time continued to flow by without care. Today, 500 years after my arrival in 1440, was August 15, 1940, exactly 5 years before the liberation from the Japanese occupation. Alcohol is it. I was walking on the streets of Gyeongseong, when I spotted a Western-style establishment that had opened its doors not too long ago. I haven't touched a drop of the good stuff for the past 100 years or so. Having had my interest piqued, I headed there. Note, Gyeongseong was the name of Seoul while under Japanese occupation. SFX for a doorbell chiming. The bell clanged loudly as I pushed the door open. There were quite a few patrons within the joint, yet, there must be something about my tall height and the dignified-looking long beard. Everyone's attention was focused on me almost immediately. For now, I pulled my hat down deeply and found an empty spot at the bar, then ordered a glass of expensive imported liquor. As I was taking a couple of sips, a certain man not too far from me caught my eyes. He had a pair of straight-cut eyebrows, his lips were resolutely shut, and his eyes gleamed sharply, as if he was staring into the far-off distance. His appearance alone showed that he was a man's man, yet, as far as performing his duties went, he seemed to be a complete noob. There was this faint whiff of chemicals from his bag, and then, he was nervously checking his watch every 5 minutes or so. I could tell that he was a man about to do something very big. I spoke to a barkeep and sent a bottle of the most expensive tipperless joint over to that guy. He seemed quite flustered initially, but when he finally located me, he bowed his head in thanks. I didn't stop there, and initiated a conversation with him. "What's your name?" "Si-jin." The man seemed to be surprised at my Korean and trembled a little bit, but still managed to answer me. "It's Yoo-hyung-jin." Yoo-hyung-jin, Yoo-hyung-jin. When I thought about it, I realized I had heard of this name before. I tilted my head a little and asked him, "By any chance, do you have a son?" Si-jin, the man, Yoo-hyung-jin, deliberated a bit before answering me. "I do. May I ask for his name?" Si-jin, why are you suddenly inquiring after my child's name? Is it fine to think of it as the payment for the drink? Si-jin, only then, he replied with a slightly unwilling face. "It's Yoo-dae-ho." Suddenly, a light bulb went off in my head. Yoo-dae-ho. That was the name of Yoo Se-young's grandfather. The founder of the Dawn Corporation, too. And this man here, Yoo-hyung-jin. The father of Yoo-dae-ho, he was a freedom fighter who carried out a bombing 5 years before the liberation. But, he unfortunately didn't get to see the new dawn's sun rising. He breathed his last after 5 years of being locked up behind the bars. Wasn't the award the Dawn Corporation gave to outstanding people of the society called Yoo-hyung-jin Award? And who you might be, asking these strange questions. Yoo-hyung-jin, Hyungjin asked with a suspicious glint in his eyes. Seeing that his hand was lowering towards his waist, he must be reaching towards his revolver. I am the same human as you. Jin, while speaking like this, I pulled out a lump of pure yellow thing from my inner pocket. Since it was cumbersome to carry all the different currency of the history, I chose to carry around a few items of value instead, and now was the perfect time to use them. Hyungjin looked at me with a confused face and asked again. Same human as me? Hyungjin, I was searching for you until now. Jin, searching for me? Hyungjin, that's right. Carrying out an important mission would mean nothing if your family goes to bed starving. Take these, and use them for your child's education. Jin, I handed over 500 grams gold ingots to him. Hyungjin's eyes were dying in the colors of pure panic. These are pure gold. No matter what anyone else says, they are gold. Remember that, and take them. Jin, why are you? I told you. For your child's education. Jin, Hyungjin swallowed nervously. But, I couldn't see a single trace of greed in his eyes, only the desperation he felt for the family he was about to leave behind. What are you waiting for? Take them with you, already. Jin, when I urged him on, he hesitantly reached out towards the gold ingots. However, Jin, just as his hands touched the gold, I roughly grabbed his arm. You must swear you will never use these for your personal gain. You must swear that you'll never give these to the resistance movement, and that you will only spend them for your family. Jin, well, these gold ingots needed to become the starting capital for Yu Daiho in the future, after all. Hyungjin stared at me with dumbfounded eyes, and soon, nodded his head. I will. After that encounter with the unexpected person, I headed back to the hotel I was staying at. Pouring myself another glass of that imported liquor, I sat down on a chair and opened my diary. The diary that I looked at whenever I missed everyone so much, whenever I was about to lose sense of who I was. There were stains from my fingers, along with dried spots of tears, clearly visible on the pages. I have waited for a really long time, haven't I? Jin, enduring for over 500 years, the day I encountered Lilia for the first time was drawing nearer. The date was another 5 years after the liberation. I've already heard about the very first place Lilia began her journey on this planet from her own mouth, so I knew where to go. Thump, thump, it had been a long time, and my heart began pounding heavily once more. Finally, the independence arrived. And within the desperate poverty of the people, 5 years flew by. And the date today was June 20th, 1950, 5 days before the Korean War commenced. I went to the underwater cavern near Gangwon province, the one Lilia told me about. She said that, back then, she was the Nosferatu's advanced scout and had crossed over before everyone else, in order to suss out potential places for her clansmen to live. And well, I found her, a silhouette of an old man with his bent back, checking out the cavern with the head tilted slightly as if deep in thought. If I pull off that robe, then she'd return to the appearance of a woman. I sneaked to her ear and lightly tapped on her shoulder. Hi there. Jin, $, and Grace Hobiak? Question mark. Her robe melted away powerlessly, and Lilia screamed out in curse words while falling on her ear. Question mark. Even I was taken back. Was Lilia's original personality like this? That face definitely belonged to Lilia, so, her face completely reddened now, Lilia continued to pour out curses as if she had no clue of my inner turmoil. Spam Fabohak Race Hobiak. Speak in Korean, will you? Jin, fra. I told you to speak in Korean. Jin, as if she had finally understood me, Lilia took several deep breaths. And then, what the fook? Who the fook are you, you son of a bitch? Lilia, I became completely speechless. But, well, me getting older wasn't a waste of time, after all. I had matured enough not to get flustered by the advent of an unexpected situation, and be able to figure out what was going on calmly enough. Right. 70 years into the past, then her age would be just about on the money for the youthful, energetic phase. Didn't someone once say that even a mighty mountain would change in 10 years? In that case, such a massive change in personality could certainly happen, sure. Die. Lilia. Well, before I could gather myself properly, Lilia began swinging her sharp nails quite aggressively. I easily evaded her attacks, reached out with my hand, and tightly grasped her neck. 5 minutes later, I'm terribly sorry, she was kneeling on the floor with a black eye decorating her face. 49. The Wait, for, Fin. Dasunjong Yakyong, a Korean philosopher who lived between 1762 to 1836. Dasun is a title he was known by, and it simply means the mountain of tea. He has a Wikipedia page in English if you're curious. The Gangwon Island incident refers to when a Japanese warship entered Joseon's territorial waters under the pretext of searching for drinkable water. Battle ensued and Joseon lost, leading to the signing of the treaty which gave Japan a lot of benefits. Gapsun-ku has also a dedicated Wikipedia page in English. A Gapsun-nyeon is an ancient calendar system used in Joseon era. In the modern calendar system, it's 1884. Think of it as those Edo or whatever system you read about in Japanese WN, and you're almost there. Dongek Peasant Revolution also has a fairly substantial Wikipedia page, in English. Go check it out if you're interested, especially if you wish to find out what eventually led to the Sino-Japanese War, the clue, this failed revolution. Japan-Korea Protectorate Treaty was signed on at the end of February, 1904. Another one was signed on 1905, which completely deprived Korea of sovereignty. The dedicated Wikipedia page can tell you a lot more than me and this small space, so if you have the time, check it out. Chapter 170, In the End, 1. A vampire's lifespan was usually twice that of a modern-day human being. Plus, the nobler a bloodline was, the longer the life expectancy became, and then, there were unique vampires with ageless appearance as well, those boasting much longer lifespan as well, such as that Las kid. So, after considering all those points, Lilia decided that she'd refuse to believe Si-jin was a human being. You say you're a human, yet you've lived for how long? Lilia. Her expressions showed her complete failure to understand this quandary. Of course, this was par for the course, really. To share the same time period with others were a prerequisite element to being alive, so, no longer constrained by the normal flow of time, Si-jin came very close to losing his sense of self, his ego. Technically, I haven't lived for that long time. The actual time I spent awake is only around 50 years or so. Si-jin, waiting around had become too much burden to endure. It was just too unbearable nowadays. Hell, he even ended up suffering the worst of all bad inflictions he could have come down with, insomnia. He probably couldn't fall asleep for almost 2 years back then. Whenever he remembered back to those times, Si-jin had to wonder just how he had endured until now. It was to a point where even he himself was mystified by it, and felt somewhat proud, as well. Whatever the case may have been, the Leviathan's growth rate had finally reached 95%. If he waited for another 70 years or so, he was confident of reaching the fully matured state. Lilia, there's something I want to ask you about. Si-jin looked down at the kneeling Lilia and grinned slightly. Even at that simple gesture, she was trembling quite pitifully. She was reminded of the past not too long ago when she got mercilessly pummeled by nothing more than Si-jin's single magic spell, that was why. And your reply should be? Si-jin, why, yes, sir. Ask me anything, Lilia. Compared to how on the knife edge she sounded before the beating, her voice was far more softer now. It sounded more or less like Lilia from his memories, so Si-jin felt quite chuffed by that. By any chance, do you want to go back to your home world? Si-jin, in a way, what he asked about was completely out of the blue. Lilia became dazed for a minute there, before she shook her head quite vigorously. No way. I can't go back to that hellhole now, Lilia. But, what if you could go back? Si-jin, eh? To be absolutely honest, If he were to take care of the Vampire Lord and that Lass kid as they were about to cross over, then the world would not experience the fissure opening up way ahead of schedule, like how it was with his future. According to Bathory, it would have only opened up naturally after 100 years or so. However, it was indeed a terribly selfish wish of his. But if he did stop them now, then it was unknown whether he would be able to meet any of those precious people or not. They might even forget about the existence of Kim Se-jin altogether, as well. What was the real purpose of him waiting and enduring the past 600 years? What was it? Wasn't it simply because he wanted to see them again? He came to the past to save the world because, in the process of saving everyone, he also benefited from that as well. There was no grand reason. That was it. His sole purpose. That was why he'd never ever do something that might threaten the direction of the future. I don't understand what you're telling me, Lilia. I'll explain the details to you later. For now, listen. I came from the future, Lilia. Se-jin, what nonsense are you? Wah? Question mark. Kaiwah. Lilia, no need for a lengthy chat, he simply transformed into the Leviathan. It was quite a sight seeing Lilia's expression quickly change from shock, panic and then to pure, unbridled fear. However, there was something he had overlooked just now, and that was the fact that his body size had ballooned up to a terrifying level recently. After all, a Leviathan's size was too big for the girth of the Han River to contend with, so how could a measly little underwater cavern even dare to try containing him? The divine creature of the oceans that resembled the legendary dragons grew larger and larger and larger, until it eventually slammed into the cavern's ceiling and started a massive tremor. $% at. Lilia screamed out in terror and fell back on her butt again. Se-jin hurriedly reverted back to the human form, but by then, as if its lifespan had come to an end, the entire cavern began to quake and collapse all around them. We need to escape, Kyle. Lilia, Kugagagwong, and finally, the cavern broke apart. Se-jin grabbed the screaming woman's shoulder and initiated instant transmission. When he opened his eyes, they had arrived at the bottom of a certain cliff, the place where the Nosferatus had made their nest. Lilia had shut her eyes so tightly, her eyelids were trembling quite noticeably. Se-jin patted her head and spoke up. You guys stay here from now on. You can avoid the Lord's eye in here, too. And, this place is sturdy enough that even after you carve out an underground city, the earth will hold just fine. Se-jin, only then, Lily opened her eyes. And she stared at his gentle smile with absent-minded eyes. Follow me. Se-jin placed his palm on the surface of the cliff's face, and activated a magic spell. And on the path where his magic flowed by, a passageway opened up. I've opened up the space. As for construction, I'm sure you can do that better than me. Se-jin finished creating an underground cavern with a size big enough to accommodate around 10,000 Nosferatus, and was about to take out his diary, but, he felt doubt creep up, so he sneaked a glance at Lilia's direction. The appearance of her surveying the surroundings with a dumbfounded face made her look completely unprepared and way too naive. So he figured it was too early for her to handle this book. But, before that, Se-jin, his baritone voice resounded deeply. Let's depart on a training journey for a while. Se-jin, excuse me? Lilia tilted her head in confusion. What are you even excuse me? I can't even begin to fathom what the heck is going on here right now, you know. And it hadn't even been a day since we met, Lilia. Before she could finish, Se-jin activated instant transmission once more. The new scenery before their eyes was an uninhabited island literally in the middle of nowhere. What the hell? Lilia, temper your personality. The future you is not a ruffian like the current you. Se-jin, calling me a ruffian? No, wait a minute. I am supposed to become the next leader of all Nosferatus, so I can't be wasting time like this. And besides, it really hasn't been even a day since we met kayak. Lilia, without saying a word, Se-jin fired off a blast of air. Swept away by that forceful push, Lilia fell into the ocean and then, began shouting while splashing water everywhere. Hey, I can't swim. save me. Lilia, SFX for an old-fashioned guffaw, learn to save yourself. Sijin, SFX for struggling to breathe while sinking. Lilia's arms and legs hurriedly thrashed about, and she continued to spit out seawater out of her mouth as she rapidly began to drown. Please, help me. Save me. Lilia, no. This is all a part of training, Jure. Sijin, save me, you rotten son of a BTCH. Lilia, he really thought that he'd forgotten about how to get angry, but before he knew it, Sijin was already gritting his teeth. Other than the odd occasions where she had to enter the city limits to guide the arriving Nosferatus to their new underground base, Lilia spent close to half a year in that uninhabited island with Sijin as the only company. During that time, a ton of rehabilitation training happened. He taught her magic and how to swim, the importance of the stable supply of sustenance, told her of things that would happen in the future, thereby doing his best to change and fortify Lilia's mindset. And the end result was that Lilia got to possess some semblance of that composed, relaxed demeanor Sijin saw from her in the future. After thinking that this much was enough, Sijin said his farewell to her exactly on the 200th day of the training. I'm going now. Sijin, eh? What, you don't want me to leave? Sijin, no, no. That's not it. Lilia, maybe he was too hard on her until now? Lilia's expression as she vigorously nodded her head was stuck somewhere between joy and regret. Of course, the scale leaned ever so closer to joy. While grinning, Sijin added one more thing. Right. This is your freedom, the one you've been dearly praying for. By the way, if you happen to find out the exact location of the Lord's hidey hole, let me know via communication magic, okay? Sijin, oh, sure. But, why would you need that? Lilia, there's something I gotta do. Sijin, the Lord said that he had misplaced the treasure that controlled the survival instincts of vampires, their bloodlust. However, unless he was suffering from a powerful dementia brought on by his extremely advanced age, there was just no way he'd misplace something that incredibly valuable. No, it'd make more sense if someone stole it away, instead. And the thief responsible for that would be, well, there was no strict reason to mention that now, was there? Sure, I understand. Lilia, as if she desired to get rid of Sijin as soon as possible, Lilia answered quickly. Also, Sijin, smack. Ah. Since he didn't find her attitude all that nice, Sijin flicked her forehead, and then, pulled out the diary. Lilia stared at it with blank eyes, before finally asking him aloud. This is? Lilia, it's the diary of the future I wrote in the past. It'll work out better if you tell the others it's a book of prophecy, or something like that. Then, they'll believe you even more. Sijin, in other words, all the things that will happen from now on are, Lilia, right. Make a copy, mock it up to look like an ancient tome or such, and hand it over to the Lord, as well. Sijin, Lilia reached out and snatched the diary away, before trying to open it willy-nilly, so Sijin hurriedly grabbed her hands. Kham. Then, he glared at her, full of intimidating pressure that implied she should read it when he wasn't here. Lilia quickly understood the gist of the stare and nodded her head, before hiding the diary within her clothes. Okay, then. I'll be on my way. I will see you later. I shall stop by at your place once before it gets too late. Got it? Sijin, SFX for a sudden flash of light, Sijin turned into blue light, before disappearing from the spot. Left alone, Lilia cautiously turned her head to survey her surroundings, before opening up the cover of the diary. 3 years flew by after meeting with Lilia. As the citizens of the world were gradually discovering the presence of other worlds, Lilia finally uncovered the hiding place of the vampire lord. He was slumming it out underground beneath the city of London. After receiving the coordinates, Sijin used instant transmission and arrived at the lord's residence. The lord had been weakened considerably after crossing over from his home world recently, so only a small dosage of the sleeping potion was needed to knock him out cold. And Sijin was able to snatch away the lord's most prized possession rather easily. It was a bloodstone that shined with a sinister reddish hue, The phantom bloodstone. Si-jin had no idea how to use it, but whatever, it was still the most important weapon passed down from one vampire lord to another. Quaidayuk. Without a shred of hesitation, Si-jin destroyed it. No matter how valuable a tool was, if it was created to rule over other people, then it shouldn't even exist in the first place, after all. Note, told from the MC's perspective. Time continued to flow by. The density of mana on Earth increased every day, leading to many strange phenomena to occur. And the world went through a big upheaval and a certain change at the same time, when the presence of refugees and migrants from another world came to be widely known as well. When monsters began appearing, new professions called knights and wizards were created to deal with the rising threat. The very first Wizard Tower and the Knights Order were established in the USA, and soon afterwards, many more sprang up all over the globe as if they were in a race or something. During this period of transition, several immigrants from the other world found themselves unable to integrate with the Earth's society and its rules, and began committing various crimes, violent actions of Marines that seemed to know no end, and several mysterious missing persons cases that were suspected to be the work of vampires, etc., etc. In order to handle these criminal activities, another profession called mercenaries got invented. It happened in the year of 1990. Unable to endure anymore, the countries around the world agreed to call for the extermination of the Marines first. Several thousands, tens of thousands of Marines were executed without a chance for rehabilitation. And 5 years after that, the sharp ends of the vengeful spear of mankind wielded under the blinding rage were now pointing towards the vampires. It was beginning of the so-called war with the vampires. And so the world moved towards the future that I grew up to know. On a certain autumn day in 2010, I stood on a street of a certain city in Gangwon. It was to meet again with someone I wanted to see so much. I really wanted to meet her before this day, but I had to endure it. I feared that something unexpected might happen, so I didn't even dare to look on from far away, as well. Maybe, I wasn't supposed to meet today either. I had no idea what kind of butterfly effect today's meeting might cause. However, my hopes were resting on one significant fact. Before my mother passed away, she was seen talking to a strange man. However, the Elas kid or his lackeys had no reason to talk to her in the first place. They were even planning to implicate the Bathries after murdering my mom, by leaving behind a fake clue, so they wouldn't do something that might trace back to them, after all. On that day deeply imprinted in my head, the day I still clearly remember, the day before Mom passed away, the day we went to a photo studio. I came to the bridge where we shared our final goodbyes. If I waited for a bit here, then soon, Mom and the younger version of me would pass by. And then, she would proceed to gift me an wound that may never be healed. Ah, Si-jin, I thought that my tear ducts had dried up due to my advanced stage. But just by thinking about it, tears were overflowing out from my eyes. Thinking about how I'd get to see, and hear, her face and voice that were about to fade from my memories, so many emotions were acting up almost beyond my control. But, I gritted my teeth and stopped my tears. It was then. From afar, I saw a brightly smiling duo of a mother and her son. Seeing her appearance that was so familiar to me, all those tears I desperately held back began pouring out like a waterfall. Strength abandoned my legs and I plopped down to the ground. This was my first time feeling such a powerful mental innovation. Si-jin, Mommy has to go to work for a bit, so, I heard her gentle voice so vividly. I was trying to steel my heart, but in that brief moment, it got shattered apart. My throat clammed up and I couldn't speak anymore. And I couldn't push my powerless knees to straighten up at all. My Si-jin can head home alone, right? Mom sent me home first, by telling me there was something she had to do. And so, that child would head home all alone, very soon. And then, Mom would leave me forever. NG. Meanwhile, the boy energetically replied and ran towards home. And Mom gazed at the back of the running boy absent-mindedly. I watched them, busy wiping away my tears. This was my one true final chance. I couldn't simply stop here. I pushed myself up with both hands. I forcibly stood up. I wiped tears off my messy face and slowly approached her. Towards her, the one that I was eagerly waiting for. 50. In the end, 1, Fin, Chapter 171, in the end, 2. Note, told from the MC's perspective. When I approached her, Mum's eyes opened up wide in suspicion. But, I just couldn't say anything. My throat clammed up, my chest felt so tight, and I had no idea just how much she knew about this version of me. And so, we simply stood there, staring at each other. Wind blew in from somewhere and leaves issued a sorrowful wail. Mum's long, soft hair danced along with the wind. "Excuse me?" Si-jin's mum. In the end, Mom spoke up first. But, when I heard her voice, my knees buckled so much that I couldn't remain standing anymore. I had to reach out and hold on to the railing of the bridge. Mom quietly gazed at me for a while, before a gentle smile spread on her lips. "Is there something wrong?" Si-jin's mum. Mom questioned. I needed to answer her. My throat was still clammy, but I squeezed out my vocal cord to the very limit. "You're very beautiful." Si-jin. There were so many things I wanted to tell her at length, with little more detail, containing all my truths. But, I didn't. I just couldn't. Every time I tried to speak, tears flooded down my throat, so how could I be able to string out a decent sentence? As if she had misunderstood my words somewhat, an awkward smile broke out on Mom's lips. "Ahaha, thank you for your kind words, but I'm married." Si-jin's mum. "How regrettable." Si-jin. I somehow squeezed out 2 more words, and my head dropped. I wiped the corners of my eyes while moans leaked out of my lips. Mum approached me with a slightly worried expression after hearing me. "Are you alright? You don't have to be that sad, Mom. I shouldn't be doing this." No, I must try to memorize every inch of her face, so even when an eternity passed by, I'd still be able to remember her. Her gentle voice, her beautiful face, her swaying hair, all of those, I must carry them deep within my head, deep within my heart. I'm not sad, just happy. Si-jin. Suddenly, a thicket somewhere trembled audibly. Mom took a quick glance at the direction. And I too was desperately aware of what this chain of events meant. In that case, should we talk about it for a little while? Mom smiled and spoke to me, in order to lengthen her life just a bit further, to buy time from those ass in hiding. Just that, anxiety and sadness had permeated thickly into every part of that smile. "Why?" Si-jin. My answer ended up sounding blunt and curt. "Because, I might end up crying even harder if I smiled." Mom replied, never losing her sad smile. "You remind me of my husband, you see." Mom. I couldn't remember what I said as a reply to those words. "No, he died during his job." Mom. If it was possible, I also wanted to meet my father. But, then again, to a person I've not really seen the face before, what was there for me to do and say? But, Mom still showed me the photo of her husband. My dad. As soon as I saw the pic, I spat out the words almost instinctively. "Wow, you're right. Si-jin, you see? You really do resemble him." Mom. My heart felt like it might explode any time now, while I struggled to hold back my tears. So, I said whatever that just popped up in my head. "Well, I guess so. He was a terrible man, leaving behind me and our son all alone." Mom. Their son. A son. Son. It was only a single word, yet it echoed more beautifully than any known birds singing sweetly, at least to my ears. "What do you mean, he's ugly? He's a really beautiful kid, you know? He's smart, handsome, full of edge. He is a carbon copy of your husband, indeed." Si-jin. Really, it's true. Mom chuckled. "You really think so?" Mom. However, that was the last of Mum's smiles. We had to say goodbyes now. "It's already this late now. I think you should go now." Mom. I didn't want to. I really wanted to tell her that, as soon as I leave, she would die. However, Mom was already aware of this fact. If that was the case, should I just run over to that thicket and kill the ass hiding in there? But I knew very well that I couldn't. There was one more thing I had to tell her before that. One last thing, Si-jin. I was sure that, if I said any more than this, I'd end up crying. So, might as well tell her straight. Forgive me, because this is our first encounter. But, Si-jin, while tears fell, I confessed. I really love you. Si-jin, and that was how I said farewell to my mom. I developed a problem since that day. I couldn't sleep again. Was it because I slept too much until now, or was it because I was scared of forgetting her face and her voice that I've carefully stored in my heart, during my long slumber? Whatever the case might have been, I spent my waiting days submerged at the bottom of the ocean, while suffering through a heavy, nasty bout of insomnia. Although it was incredibly lonely down there, I had no choice but to stay, since the Leviathan form's growth accelerated faster the deeper the sea was. Another 10 years went by, and now, it was the year 1999. Carrying around a hollow pair of eyes, I went to see Lilia. There was something I had to do. Spending the last 50 years or so as the leader of her clan had helped Lilia to transform into the gentle, relaxed and calm person that he remembered. I've really changed after looking after so many people. It's as you said, Mr. Si-jin. Lilia. I smirked a little after hearing her. Now that I finally met another living, breathing person, I could somehow recover some part of my lost leisurely demeanor. But, what brings you here to us today? Lilia. Without saying anything, I handed 2 scales of the Leviathan that I had ripped off in advance, over to her. Lilia tilted her head slightly while receiving the scales. These are Lilia. That's right. You've read about it in the diary, no? You keep one with you until I show up in the future, and the other one you give it to the Elas people a few years from now. The Elas used this scale as the summoning medium to summon a Leviathan to the Han River. And that was where Kim Si-jin earned the ability to transform into the Leviathan. But can the same persons exist so close by to one another? Lilia. Probably, no. Si-jin, one shouldn't take lightly the forces of the cosmos. Never. The reason why the same persons were existing within the same universe due to unknown cause was quite simple, really. Before the error was discovered, it wouldn't be an error in the first place. However, if these same persons confirmed each other's existences, then, well, only the stronger version of that person would remain in existence. But it won't matter. Me of that time period isn't a Leviathan, anyways. Si-jin, well, Kim Si-jin of the current time period couldn't transform into a Leviathan. That was why I felt confident that the cosmos wouldn't be able to figure out the error and interfere. By the way, can't you just hand out lots more scales? I mean, the growth afterwards would be astonishing, right? Lilia. 2 scales are the limit. Even then, don't forget that enough time between the 2 must be observed as well. Ingest any more than that, then I fear the past me and the future me would become assimilated and disappear altogether. Si-jin. That's a distinct possibility. I'll do as you have instructed. Lilia. Thanks. Si-jin. I smiled in satisfaction. The news of Yu Si-young becoming the youngest ever knight rode on the airwaves and entered my ears. Soon after that, I also heard Kim Mirin, surviving a serious attempt on her life through a goblin's kindness, exposing the internal power struggle happening behind the closed doors of the Raven Knight's order, and then, becoming a highest tier knight. In the meantime, Kim Si-jin kept himself busy and revealed a potion called a goblin's kindness to the world. While underwater, I pushed the senses of sight and hearing to the absolute maximum, so I could watch and listen to all the news that transpired in the world. I wasn't worried about getting old, since the Leviathan form prevented the effects of aging to affect the main body. But during the past couple of decades or so, while waiting for the arrival of one certain day, many difficult thoughts and worries piled up in my head. Could the measly me really stop those ass coming out of the fissure portal? And even if I could kill them all, would I be able to live among all the precious people, just like how it used to be? If I was to count my physical age, thanks to the unceasing flow of time, Bathory's age was an unfunny joke to me now, and if I was to count my mental age, then Young would be like a small child as well. Even if she became a wonderful wife that was mature beyond her years, would I be able to love her, like I once used to? While submerged deep underwater, I mulled on these thoughts for a long, long time. And when I had just about reached the point where I couldn't tell whether I was the ocean or the ocean had become me, I could no longer endure it and came ashore. I headed off to a small and simple town. There were quite a few people here. But, because of my senses were enhanced beyond belief, every strain of thought and every type of emotion were clearly legible to me. I shook hands incorrectly, and ended up breaking a person's hand, even. I spent too much time underwater and forgot how to control my strength properly. If I was a knight, no, if I was a human, I'd be able to control my physical strength through either manipulating mana or with the help of a trait. But I was no longer a human. Because, this strength, this body, belonged to an existence that was not a human. That was why I couldn't dare to brave myself back into the society anymore. In the end, I returned to the depths of the ocean and simply chose to watch and listen through my senses, instead. And then on that day, a summoning magic's chant entered my consciousness. I agreed to it, and when I opened my eyes, I found myself at the Han River. And at the distance, I saw the restaurant where Kim Si-jin, me, Young, and Kim Yurin were together. I was quite dazed by this, but came to my senses soon enough. I shouldn't remain inert, after all. SFX for a loud roar. I immediately issued out a roar. Screams of the regular people resounded out from everywhere, and not too long after that, Kim Yurin jumped out from the window while shattering the glass. And as expected, she ignored everything and hit me in the forehead with her sword. I could feel her trait, Desideratum, activating. Of course, it didn't hurt at all. So, the real reason why she was able to knock out the Leviathan with her trait wasn't because of the weak source excuse of the divine creature's power halving due to the summoning process. No, that happened only because the Leviathan itself wished to get knocked out from her attack. Well, I welcomed her hit with open arms and fell into a sweet slumber. It may have been a short one, but it had been too long since I had won. And when I woke up around 10 minutes later, the deep navy blue that could even be described as pure darkness greeted me back. Yes, it was the exact same location that I spent the proverbial eternity in. However, I began chuckling to myself, instead. Because, it wouldn't be too long now. This extreme loneliness, this intense longing, the end of them all were now in sight. Still. At the end of all this waiting, just what was I supposed to do? There was the loud sound of the fissure vibrating. My entire body shuddered in unbridled joy. Strange, unknown creatures began invading the ocean. I opened my eyes and laughed out loudly. Finally, I could liberate myself from this unending perpetuity and search for my own flow of time. And just as my entire being shook feverishly with my heart pounding away in madness, a certain scene popped up into my head, as if I pressed play on a video clip. Well, I'm off. And that was of me about to leave the flow of time a long time ago. I wanted to ask that guy, if he could even begin to imagine how long he would have to wait and fight against the most cruel loneliness ever conceivable to a man. But me, well, he just left, not knowing anything and not wanting to know anything. And then as promised, Bathory began her desperate struggle alongside humanity to fight against the horde of dimensional invaders. Unfortunately, the black mucus substance broke out from the ground in the end, and rose up higher and higher to the sky. What would be the most correct term to describe the massive being that finally stood on Earth? The disgusting son of a beach? No, there should be an even more fitting swear word for that thing. Thankfully, the creature spent the rest of the day still stuck inside the mucus membrane covering it. On the following day, the membrane evaporated somewhat, and the creature's arm was exposed. Jet black skin, and blue veins visible underneath it. Emboldened by the liberation of its limb, the creature swung its freed arm. Without much fanfare, More than half of all military and night personnel waiting there got wiped out. However, the creature didn't do anything else besides that. It wasn't some kind of moron who threw away all the good food and then ate the scraps off the floor. No, it was pure arrogance on display. Another day went by. Its right arm got freed this time. But still, the creature didn't make another movement. Most likely, the ugly face hidden behind the mucous membrane was smiling insidiously. Too bad for the bastard. I too was looking at it with a thick smile occupying my face. Would the creature ever realize the fact that its arrogance, conceit, and ego had in fact brought on about its own demise? And finally, the next day, just as the creature's two legs gained their freedom, the alert window that I was waiting for all these years finally rose up. The growth of the Leviathan has been completed. Condition complete, enduring the harsh eternity, like an imugi ascending to become a dragon. The host will evolve into the dragon of the oceans, Bahamut. Condition complete, plea of the Gaia. The skill apostrophe has been unlocked and it has been upgraded to the unique ability, divinity. Finally, I had escaped the perpetuity of time. And now, time to go to war. 50. In the end, 2, Finn, Chapter 172, in the end, 3. Billions of people dazedly looked on at the horrifying existence standing tall, some through their naked eyes, while others, through the airwaves. Funnily enough, even with the absolutely terrifying and unimaginable threat standing right in front, not one cliched occasion of some nutter proclaiming the end of the world could be seen. No incidents of robbery, violence, rape, etc., happened, either. Everyone simply stared at the creature with eyes completely lost within the pits of despair, the being that just stood there, not affected in the slightest by the combined might of the military, knights, and wizards, with not one person able to tell what it was planning to do. It has been now confirmed via the testimony of the first-generation migrants, that the being on screen is called the Dimensional Devourer. Although it is one level lower in terms of danger compared to the Universe Devourer, we have learned that this creature has destroyed countless worlds already. Even under this kind of situation, the news channels faithfully carried out their duties. However, this piece of information delivered with such desperation ended up sounding like a horrifying eulogy to all those stationed at the battlefront. What's the current situation? Do we have enough leeway to pour all our attacks on that bastard? Kim Hyun-sok, the supreme commander of the gathered forces, Kim Hyun-sok, asked a junior knight, while his body was covered from head to toe in unidentified blood and dirt. We are at the very limit of our capacity trying to deal with the new monsters emerging from the fissure, as well as existing monsters running amok under that bastard's influences, sir. DM Minute. Kim Hyun-sok spat out a low groan. But, in all honesty, he too expected something like this. The only things they could do right now, were to quell the rampaging monsters, or simply observe the damnable devourer. But, even doing that wasn't easy. The battalion of soldiers desperately guarding the front lines with all their might got destroyed with a single swing of the giant creature's fist. And more than half of the gathered knights seemed to have lost their dang collective minds after witnessing that incredible display of power. Not to mention, mental and physical strain of the troops fighting for the past 5 days straight without a break or sleep were taking their toll as well. Kim Hyun-sok even saw several soldiers deserting their posts and running away. He couldn't imagine a situation worse than this one. We still need to hold the line. Kim Hyun-sok, of course. Kim Hyun-sok could not give up here. Knights, as well as the military, were the citizens' so-called psychological Maginot Line. So, if he and his men were to retreat from here, then the country, even the entire world, wouldn't be able to survive. No. He couldn't back away from here, even if it was only to repay the faith and love people had shown them until now. Yes, sir. Understood. The subordinate knight nodded his head and took his leave. Kim Hyun-sok grasped his sword tightly and glared at the giant creature that he couldn't still take in its entirety even with his neck tilted way back. This was the only thing he could do for now. For the first time in his life, he could truly feel the inadequacy of his powers. It was now noon, yet the sun was still blocked by the jet-black clouds, and very little light was coming through. And, just as the career's best knight stared at the heavens and lamented the fact that he couldn't do anything, something that could only be described as quite bizarre happened. What the hell is that? The beginning was nothing more than someone murmuring out in a daze. That was all. No one paid him any mind. However, this person didn't let it go, and poked the knight next to him with an elbow. The poke knight was way too tired to even get annoyed, so he had to endure abuse for a bit of time, before finally turning his gaze towards the direction his pocky friend was pointing at. And then, he ended up doing the exact same poking thing with another knight next to him. That was how the eyes of the knights gradually rose up to the sky, one by one. With enough time passing by, the need to poke others with elbows had dissipated, and in the end, even camera lenses were taking in the sights of the emergence of a new unknown being. From within the beating, swirling storm of winds that seemed to rip apart those murky, dark clouds, a mystical creature slowly revealed itself. Spreading out its noble and pure blue-colored wings widely, its deep yet dignified eyes looked down on the world below, and its powerful and resolutely shut maws pointed towards the dimensional devourer. Knights, soldiers, even normal people couldn't even begin to fathom the identity of that creature. However, strangely enough, they all could faintly guess what it could be. That creature was an exact copy of the dragon in the fairy tales and legends of the yore. What the? Just before the gathered knights could fall into a collective dilemma of choosing between whether to celebrate this new development, or to throw away even the last vestige of hope, the dragon-like being lunged at the still awakening devourer. The world got twisted apart momentarily from the air pressure and noise generated by that powerful, mad rush forward. Needing only a blink of an eye that felt like the flow of time had been distorted, the dragon arrived by the side of the devourer and wrapped the tail around it, then, began gathering a massive amount of mana in the mouth. And the devourer, until now inert and simply observing, hurriedly moved its arms and grabbed the dragon's, Bahamut's, tail. Too bad, it was one step too late. A jet-black breath beam was fired out without special sound effects and blew away the devourer's head. What? And there they were, unable to damage the devourer no matter what they tried. Jaws of the gathered knights dropped to the floor, after witnessing empty spot where the giant creature's head should have been. However, the devourer wasn't dead. Although now headless, it moved its one arm and two legs to fiercely resist. That was the signal for the mighty physical struggle between these two titans that shook the entire world. An indescribable scene of battle unfolded, where fists and front claws, kicks and tail whips were exchanged endlessly. However, after losing its head, the devourer had lost its sense of sight and all it could do was flail its arms and legs about wildly. Of course, those simple actions alone possessed incredible danger. Sijin had found it difficult to properly control his new wings and was helpless when he got punched by a blind swing and flew away. Then, he even got kicked in the stomach, as well. Only after he spat out black blood out, he decided to deal with this bastard using magic. Still, the devourer proved to be not a simple opponent at all. As soon as it sensed the activation of magic, it too responded with magic of its own. The only difference was, the devourers did not just aim at the dragon only. It was targeting the entire world. The sole purpose was to destroy. Bahamut hurriedly fired off a breath. In the end, though, Sijin returned to fighting it physically, in order to prevent the fountain of blood from the devourer's destroyed arm landing on the ground below. To stop it from using magic ever again, he hit it even harder than before. But, well, from the very beginning of this battle, there could only be one destined victor between the headless dimensional devourer and Bahamut with all its body parts still intact. The longer the fight dragged on, the devourer's ability to make judgments suffered, and in the end, it threw its arms and legs wildly as if it had forgotten how to use magic completely. That only lasted until another breath from Bahamut pierced its heart. And so, the dimensional devourer that seemingly possessed no equal in this world, fell while issuing a bizarre cry that sounded like an animal, and scattered away into black smoke. Only the silence remained afterwards. Not even screams, cheers, loud shouts, or praises could be heard. This remained true even for the reporters broadcasting the event live, the anchors relaying it to the ordinary people, as well as those said people watching on. This silence was so suffocating and unreal that tens of thousands souls gathered here ended up imagining this was all just a long and harsh nightmare instead. Within this stillness, Bahamut slowly flew away. While blood poured out from numerous wounds on his body, the dragon desperately flew towards the East Sea where he would be healed. Only after he had drifted away eastward, and after a considerable length of time went by, did the remaining army of fighters realize what had just happened. One by one, they began approaching the position where the devourer used to stand with numb and dazed minds. With the exception of giant craters where the devourer's massive feet stepped on, there really was no trace of the monster itself. The reality finally dawned on them and they stared up at the heavens above. Just in time, the dark clouds drifted away and several bright rays of sun shone brilliantly down on the ground. And so, the world would never forget the beauty of the sunlight seen for the first time in 5 days. Note, told from the MC's perspective. It was a difficult, yet ultimately hollow battle that, after its conclusion, was hard to recall exactly what had transpired. That was why, as I laid this body that was so close to death by the depths of the ocean, I couldn't really remember anything. Although, I did sense the faint pulsing of this planet, Earth. And also, I could more or less understand that the planet was thanking me. I was confident that it was gratitude. A life form wished to live. It was the same whether you were a human, an animal, or a monster, even Earth too. The planet wished to survive. It wished for its salvation. That was why it deliberately created traits. So, the truth was completely opposite to all those experts that yammered on about fishes creating traits. The fruit of that desperate struggle, created in order to find even the tiniest hint of possibility for survival, born out of the irresponsible mentality of anything is fine, so please, let one stick, that was trait. That was why, I knew I'd wake up for sure, sooner or later. The warmth of the divine energy wrapping around me while I remained submerged deep underwater was the proof of this. Also, the text's plea of the Gaia has been completed appearing in front of my eyes were another proof. I was only entering a deep slumber, just like how it always had been. And soon, I would be able to meet up with the others. And, I would be able to love them as an ordinary person by then. I truly believed that would come to pass. Note, told from U.C. Young's perspective. With the appearance of the legendary creature, Bahamut, the world finally found peace. The unstoppable calamity, the dimensional devourer was defeated at the claws of Bahamut, and soon, many fissures opening up around the world began to close for good, one by one. However, at the same time, small chaos ensued as well. Because, all traits had suddenly vanished into thin air. Many, who enjoyed charmed lives but now had to live like the rest of normal people, couldn't quite come to grips with this reality and were wading through pits of despair. Of course, those like Juji Hayek and U.C. Young, whose egos weren't inflated by their traits, had no problem whatsoever adopting to the new life. On the flip side, mana and monsters didn't disappear. One thing that did change was that monsters couldn't replenish their numbers through the external supply anymore and had to live, breed, and perish in the exact same manner of every other normal wild animal. Of course, if monsters were exterminated, that would cause too much of a shock to the world's system, so they would not be pushed towards extinction. Instead, they were to be reared by mankind. A month after the passing of the Great Calamity, a religion worshipping Bahamut sprang up. People were disappointed and distrustful towards the pre-existing religions that didn't offer any real, tangible aid during the most obvious apocalyptic threat ever recorded in history, and also, with an uncanny timing, several followers of Bahamut popped up suddenly, too. The pre-existing religions offered the usual line of excuses, even going as far as to say that their gods had sent Bahamut to humanity and all that, but with the exception of a small percentage, modern humans weren't delusional enough to fall for such empty claims. Inevitably, after the religion came the organization, and eventually, the Bahamut organization's greatest temple of worship was built on the very spot where the dimensional devourer was felled. This place became the holy land that many worshippers from all corners of the globe made pilgrimage to. A religion that became one of the biggest in the world through only a single moment, the Bahamut Church, and the leader of this organization was Lilia. And also, he had disappeared. No one knew where he had vanished to. Did he run away because he fell in love with another woman, or did he migrate to another world after he got scared by the prospect of the world coming to an end? And it seemed like the only person who knew the details was the Bathory woman, but it was difficult to meet with her, and when I somehow found a chance to ask her, she refused to give me a straight answer. I could only spend the time alone, with no one to blame. I found out for the first time in my life that prolonged longing could morph into powerful heartache. But, I endured, believing that I would see him sooner or later. And so a year went by, without him by my side. Finally, the date for the regular gathering of the Monster Guild had arrived. So, I tidied myself up and went there. All guild members must attend the meeting. I was so sure that he wouldn't forget the one real rule he came up with for the guild he created with his own hands. After all, the gathering was supposed to take place on the 17th of every month, but in his consideration, it had been changed into an annual event, instead. So, he should show up on this one. He must. The gathering was scheduled for 7 in the evening, and I arrived at 6:30. However, everyone was here already. Kim Yurin, the Tower Lord Hazeline, the Member of Parliament Yu Baek-song, the married couple Ju Ji-hyuk and Yi Hye-rin, Bathory and Rosredel, as well as Kim Sun-ho and the rest of the newbie members. Everyone greeted me with welcoming faces. Yet, only one person was missing. You came? Kim Yurin asked me first. I forced out a smile. Yes. Unni, I heard you've been really busy lately? It must have been really difficult to find a gap in your schedule. Thank you for coming today. You see, Young, as soon as monsters became existences that needed to be reared for the future rather than to be exterminated on sight, Yurin left the world of knights immediately without any regrets. And then, she concentrated on the entertainment industry side of things. She made a success out of 3-4 variety shows she appeared in as a regular cast member, and her debut as an actress was a roaring success as well. So, nowadays the name Kim Yurin was better known as a celebrity rather than a former knight. Understandably so, she was incredibly busy in her life due to all of her entertainment industry commitments. But, even though she was busy, she found time to continue her work as the orc enthusiast. The thing was, many hero orcs still existed. They even rescued many ordinary people attempting to run away from the rampaging monsters, and offered shelter within their village. Which in turn, made them into national treasures of Korean people. That's true, but I still wouldn't miss this gathering. Kim Yurin, no wait, Si-young This Unni, she only came here to see whether he's coming or not. You gotta watch out now. This person here, as much as you, she wants to see Yi Hye-rin, you. What could you possibly be talking about? Note, you equals oh my, Kim Yurin. Yi Hye-rin added some spice in a playful attempt to get a rise out of her, but now that Kim Yurin had escaped from beneath the weighty burden of being a knight, and thereby becoming much more relaxed, such a provocation didn't work anymore. But, you, Hye-rin, I thought you'd be too busy being lovey-dovey for today. You see, Young, Ju Ji-hyuk and Yi Hye-rin must have been the most famous married couple in Korea right now. They were appearing on 2 TV shows together, and all the sweetness they poured out to each other on screen was something else to behold. Really? Well, we can still love outside the house, right? Yi Hye-rin, while saying something that might lead to a misunderstanding, Yi Hye-rin leaned her head on Ju Ji-hyuk's shoulder. Hazeline looked at the duo with a dissatisfied expression, before lamenting out softly. Anyways, he's not coming again, is he? And I even shoved all that urgent tower business aside to come here. Hazeline, Hazeline was currently reigning over the world's best wizard tower as its lord. Unlike knights, magic still played big part in society even after reduction in the monsters' numbers, so rather than the industry faltering away, it saw many leaps and advances forward, instead. Well, pretty much every wizard that was somewhat undecided between sticking to attack magic used to deal with monsters, and the practical, everyday magic with potential to help the world, finally chose to go with the latter. That was why. Under these changes, the Dawn and Trademarks Tower became widely acknowledged as the best in the world. The thing was, the legacy of Bangby Dong Wizard, most of the 28 grimoires he published before he left had real-world applications, it turned out. And thanks to his enormous accomplishments until the end, the name of the Wizard of Bangby Dong, who had vanished without a trace, had become an everlasting legend that may never be repeated again in the wizarding world. Bathory did complain slightly during that, though, saying all those magic spells were nothing more than some amateurish rejigging of stuff already existing in her head. It was then, Ubexong tugged at Hazeline's robe. "Hey, help me with my campaign funds." "Ubexong, are you insane? Why should I spend money on a cat entering politics? Besides, you've been elected already, so what gives?" "Hazeline, I need lots more later on. You think running a constituency is that simple? At minimum, I gotta be elected 3 times. Ubexong, but, isn't there still lots of time left until the election?" "Hazeline, I'm specially elected to fill a vacancy, so I gotta get elected again in a year, you know." Ubexong, surely. The most weird prospect here belonged to Ubexong. She became a member of parliament. On top of this, her ambitions began ballooning up without anyone noticing it, and now, she could often be seen staring at a certain house with blue roof tiles with eyes burning with desire. "Hey, how was the reaction to the interview I shot today?" Bathory, to the side. Bathory showed no interest in them whatsoever, and was busy asking her retainer while looking at her phone. "It's very good, Mom. Everyone's praising you." Rosradel hung. At Rosradel's energetic reply, I could hear a slightly happy snort from the side. It was really tough trying to predict what could have happened to Bathory and Rosradel during this past year. Well, Bathory had emerged as the clear leader, representative of the Union of Vampires, after all. At first, she alternated between the persona of the wizard Emil and Bathory the vampire, but after receiving a perfectly timed image makeover at the hands of Rosradel, she could appear as Bathory nowadays without an issue. She was even being seen as a goddess of peace and reconciliation, a moniker people and vampires alike who knew the truth could never comprehend. "There hasn't been any incidents lately, Mr. Sunho?" "You see young, well. Besides taking care of the children, nothing much has been going on in my life, Miss Kim Sunho." As for Kim Sunho, he resigned from all of his duties and then became a father of twins. A son and a daughter, no less. Mr. Sunho's children are so cute, you know. Let's go and visit them sometime. Yi Hirin, yes. I smiled relaxedly at Yi Hirin's words. And so, our unhurried conversations took flight. Waiters brought out wonderful food and expensive alcohol, and the members made sure there was no lull in our conversations. Topics ranged from newbie members, the road ahead for trademark to the succession at the Dawn, etc., etc. But, with the exception at the very beginning, no one talked about him anymore. Everyone was being considerate to everyone else, and also, there remained this slim hope and expectation running within our group, too, where he might just show up out of the blue, that kind of hope. And so, we talked about unimportant matters and inquired about each other's lives, letting the time slowly move forward. 1 hour, then 2, 3, 4 time continued to flow, but no one gave up. However, midnight came, and the day had come to an end. The date for our regular gathering had come and gone. And that meant, the possibility of seeing him today had ended, as well. Guild members did their best to hide their sadness, shared well wishes and bid farewells. I returned home feeling rather proud of myself for holding back my tears. But once I did get home, I felt the cold emptiness of this place and I began crying again. To not find him waiting for me at the end of a day, it was the worst torture ever. All those things I did for him and those that I couldn't yet, stabbed my heart like an assassin's dagger. I wanted to see his face, and repeatedly say his name out aloud. And the fact that I couldn't do any of those without him here made it so unbearably hard. I buried my face in the pillow and cried. Then, I gradually fell asleep from the exhaustion. He left as if there was nothing big going on, and disappeared as if he wasn't even there since the beginning. But, he did exist, and even if he didn't, I still wouldn't be able to forget his face, now deeply ingrained in my heart, so, even spending one day without him was painful. I suffered from anxiety that tomorrow wouldn't come at all. But, I believed his promise that he'd come back no matter what. It might not be tomorrow, but when he would make his return, I'd forgive him. No, really? I might give him a big fat slap on the cheek, though. And then, hug him tightly, as he faltered about cutely. I imagined the happy moments of the future and endured every day. I endured 2 days like that. Then, 4 days. And so, spring, with flowers blooming. Summer, when the clear winds blew. Autumn, as the leaves on trees grew older. And finally, after winter, when snow blanketed the world in white, another year, that seemed like it would never arrived. 50. In the end, 3, Finn, Chapter 173, Epilogue, Meeting Again, 1. Note, told from a certain someone's perspective. It was a typical midsummer's afternoon, with its accompanying sun blazing down, the worst type of weather, where taking only 3 steps would cause a bead of perspiration to trickle down one's face. The heat-infused winds and unceasing sun's rays were enough to cause a bit of resentment as well. Underneath the clear, spotless blue sky, I wiped the beads of sweat off my face after lowering the pack of bricks to the ground. Oye, Kim. My break only lasted for a moment, though. The unique, raw-like voice of the foreman was ringing out loudly. There were plenty of Kims in this construction site, but I knew very well which Kim he was looking for. Yes. I'm coming. Kim. I lacked enough energy to mount a serious complaint, so I just made my way to the foreman. He instructed me to move the rebars loaded onto the back of a delivery truck. I didn't say anything, simply picking up dozens of those steel beams and moved them. A normal person might say that I used some arcane skill or displayed a superpower or something after seeing what I did, but well, guys working here didn't really seem to care anymore, as they were quite used to my antics already. As expected, you are really strong, aren't you, lad? The foreman patted my shoulder while chuckling happily. But that slight touch caused the temperature on my skin to flare up, and in turn, I didn't feel so good about that. Construction work was tough. Honestly, it was the worst. Especially during summer, it got even worse than worst. Sweat poured out endlessly and clung to my skin like sticky glue, while the rancid body odor got more disgusting than a blocked-up sewer. Well, yeah, sure. I guess so. But, hell. What could I do? Since there was literally nothing inside my head, I might as well use this physical strength of mine like some dumb beast of burden. Seriously, lad. You truly have been born in a wrong era, man. If you were born at least 20 years earlier, then you'd have made more money than necessary to live like a king, you see. You mean, as a knight? Kim, a knight, a mercenary, whatever. I grinned slightly after hearing the foreman. I was satisfied by getting paid slightly more than other workers here. Plus, I didn't have such high level of power to act like a knight or a mercenary, anyways. You still can't remember a thing? The foreman asked me in passing. I nodded my head. I had no clue who I could be. Not one memory of my past prior to waking up in a hospital bed remained in my head. I got picked up by a stranger coincidentally as I floated on the waterfront of Busan, and was taken to the nearest hospital. Then, got my new identity after going through several interviews and consultations later. If this was any old normal time, then my story would have been broadcast as a special circumstance or some such, but after that day, there were lots more suffering greater tribulations than me everywhere, which meant that there hadn't been any particular article written about me until now. What a waste. With that kind of strength, you could have done whatever you wanted to. It's really not that amazing, so it's fine not to fret over it, you know. Kim, I'm not talking about your strength only, but your great work ethic, too. I'm almost tempted to introduce you to my daughter, even. I'm just a construction worker, so not quite sure you should do that. Kim, although I replied like that, I was kinda curious. The foreman was taking sweet his time, as if he'd pull out a photo any time. But then, well, the thing is, I was just pulling your leg, you see. Ha 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 ha. Son of a beach. But I still forced out a smile. Ha. 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 Kim, still, out of everyone I know, you have the best physique, and not to mention that strength of yours. It's a waste to see you like this, rotting away in a construction site. And who in their right minds would employ a man with an uncertain background like me? Kim, my face was plain, my height was average. They checked my prints but nothing showed up. I even had my iris scanned. Nothing. It was as if I didn't exist before, and suddenly popped out of nowhere into this world. Well, sure, but that's right. Why don't you apply for a job in that bodyguard place, since they are recruiting new people? You should get elected for sure, solely based on your strength alone. And why would I be elected, now, Kim? 5 days a week, $3,000 a month. Oh. Do you have the pamphlets with you? If it's $3,000 for 5 days a week, then it was more than doable. I could do another part-time job during the weekends. But, more importantly, I was already past 25, according to my new identity, so I couldn't stay and work at construction sites forever. Here. The foreman handed me a flyer, and as I read it, a small grin crept up on my face. If it's 5 days a week for $3,000, I will only be able to work on weekends, but will that be okay with you? Kim, Hugh. It wouldn't do to block a bright future of a young man such as yourself, now would it? When you show up wearing a nice suit, don't forget to ask my daughter for her intentions, you hear? There's no need. I'm pretty sure she resembles you way too much, Mr. Foreman. Kim, what the? You will get a huge surprise when you see her. I simply chuckled and glossed over the foreman's outrage at his daughter getting involved now. This profession of personal protection service is completely different from the work of mercenaries. We value loyalty more than money. The giant hulk of a man charged with assessing the potential recruits was not assessing, but was in the middle of busy establishing militaristic discipline, through shouts, shouts and more shouts. It must be quite effective towards other recruits, since their bodies were trembling imperceptibly, but I found it not scary at all, for some reason. No, rather than scary, it was more adorable, like watching a newborn chick tweeting or something. Do you understand me? Yes, sir. I can't hear you. Yes, sir. Only then, the giant man nodded his head in satisfaction and continued. First of all, do not mistakenly believe that having a good physique is all you need to become a top bodyguard. Let me demonstrate. Oi, you. The man pointed at me. Meaning, the demonstration would involve me, so I couldn't tell whether it was me or him enjoying the wickedness of rotten luck today. Sir. Kim, step forward. Sir. Kim, come at me. I stepped forward as instructed. And then, ran towards his side as ordered, too. As soon as I made contact, he grabbed my waist and tried to lift me up, but, maybe, this was what they were referring to as muscle memory. I picked up the entire body of the recruit assessment guy and slammed him down to the ground. Quah! The dude remained sprawled on the floor unconscious, his eyes slack. And there was thick silence descending on the place. That's crazy. This guy must have been the top hidden ace of this company, because other employees who came around to check out the assessment couldn't stop their jaws from hitting the floor. And that was how I got successfully hired as a temp. That 5 days a week, $3,000 a month thing was a total hogwash. I worked for a full month without a day off and ran around like crazy, yet the pay was only around $2,200. It was far lower than I'd like, but then, the work itself was fun, so I decided to stick around for a bit. Another reason was that, I seemed to possess a really sturdy body, which meant I didn't need a lot of sleep and didn't fall ill at all, either. There was a time when I protected a politician from a thrown egg, then, there was that time when I stopped someone from trying to invade the stage where an event was taking place. Hell, I even chased away the so-called biggest fan, Reed Stalker, of a certain girl group that other time as well. The most important bit was me saving the girl group. Right after that happened, one of the singers asked me for my number, making me wonder whether this was a dream or reality. Not sure what she saw in me, but she then asked me if I'd like to become her manager. Her name was UR, by the way. A very pretty girl, too. Not interested. Besides, Kim, I asked the director, and we can offer you $3,500 a month. Why is the salary of a manager that high? Kim, well, because, I'm sure you'll do a great job, and also, I asked the director really nicely, you know? I was wondering how could a girl group that was just beginning to get noticed, carry any clout, but her next words stopped my thought train. And, the director is my uncle, too. Well, in that case, I should grab hold on to this meal ticket, then. I was planning to resign soon, anyways. Oh well. Even if I run around for a year, my pay would freeze around at $2.5K, so if I consider my age you know this too, don't you? Stories about guys like me. Kim, how old are you? Your age. I couldn't recall it after getting asked out of the blue, so I whipped out the wallet and checked it again. I'm 25. Kim, why are you checking out your own age? I chuckled and made some stuff up on the spot. And well, 2 years passed by after I switched my job from being a bodyguard to a manager of this girl group. Of course, it wasn't as if I was rubbish at my new job. It seemed that I was an excellent driver in my past, because as soon as I got my license, I ended up morphing into the best driver in the company, enough to astound everyone else. Also, my luck was pretty good as well, since all the appearance deals on TV shows I brought in turned out to be massive successes as well. Thanks to that, I got a promotion and became a head of the department while still staying as the group's manager. The work remained crazy busy, but what with the increase in salary, I finally got to enjoy a pretty good lifestyle now. Oppa. Don't you wanna go to a party with me today? It was on a certain day. As we made our way back home after recording UR's solo album launch, she suddenly asked me while her cheeks dyed in slight red. What party are you talking about now? Kim, there is a really important party happening today, you know? I got lucky, and scored an invite for that. Okay, what is it? Kim, it's the birthday party for Yoo Se-young Unni. Yoo Se-young? Kim, the name sounded somewhat familiar. No wait, if that name didn't sound familiar, then I shouldn't even be a human being. She was the most famous woman in Korea, after all. As if she was really looking forward to this, Yua's eyes were shining ever so brightly. NG. You know, right? I did that show not too long ago, remember? I heard there will be a birthday party, so I asked if I could come and she gave me an invite. Plus, I got another one, too. Well? You will go with me, right, Oppa? I pretended to be in a dilemma, but well, I had made up my mind already. Since you asked me, yeah, I will. Kim, I smiled at you adorably, throwing up a fuss and pressed on the accelerator. Note, back to the third-person perspective. Aboard the so-called Pride of Trademark, the cruise liner, a big party was in the full swing of things. From the spectacular spotlights to various delicacies flown from all around the world, from the high-class music playing in the background to the smartly dressed waiters, this party, where all the attending guests couldn't stop praising it, was prepared for the sake of just one person. And that was Yusi Young, the future inheritor of the Dawn conglomerate, as well as the director of the Dawn and Trademarks Wizard Tower. She was exactly the type of woman possessing the social clout and financial muscle to hold such a birthday party, that's for sure. Well now, our Si Young will soon become 30, won't she? Hazeline. Wow. You're so right. Yusi Young. After hearing Hazeline speak up, Yusi Young feigned shock and lightly clapped her hands. Yu Baeksong quickly dug in between the gap created. And you will soon turn 40. Yu Baeksong. At this unexpected low blow, Hazeline's brows furrowed slightly. But you're also 40, aren't you? Hazeline. It's not, when counted in Suin years. Yu Baeksong. In that case, I'm also not. Hazeline. But elves can't live for long, right? Yu Baeksong. I can live past 120 with no issues. Hazeline. An average lifespan for an elf was 1.5 times longer than a human's. And befitting the reputation as the race of beauties, the aging process of elves was far, far less severe than a human's, even when hanging on by the death's doorstep. It was not for nothing that there was a joke about an elf with wrinkles being a few days away from dying. What you gonna do about it, Miss 40? Yu Baeksong, yapping on and on, you're being noisy, little kitty. Hazeline. Yu Baeksong and Hazeline glared at each other and started a psychological warfare. However, their abrasive and childish tit-for-tat looked like an awesome high-level conference full of important discussions to the observers from afar. If we are to talk about ages, then the biggest problem is with our captain, Miss Yurin. Her age isn't all that different from Hazeline and she's neither an elf nor a Suin. On top of that, Yi Hirin giggled ominously and dragged in Kim Yurin into this conversation, who just so happened to be busy chugging down lots of food on the side. Of course, Kim Yurin got surprised by the inclusion, and coughed while patting her chest as if the food went down the wrong hole. Cough. Why are you talking about me all of a sudden, now? Kim Yurin, because, we're worried about you. Maybe not marriage. But how about going on a date with someone? You're only getting older, you know. Yi Hirin, unhappy but having nothing to retort with, all Kim Yurin could do was to wordlessly glare at Yi Hirin. It was then, Ju Jihyuk cleared his throat a bit and intervened. Well, it should be fine, since Miss Yurin is still very beautiful. Ju Jihyuk, what the heck? Listen here, just whose husband are you? Yi Hirin, no. I'm just saying, Ju Jihyuk, how many times did I tell you not to look at other women besides me? Yi Hirin pinched both of Ju Jihyuk's cheeks and fixed his head towards her direction. Yusi Young gazed at the two of them and recalled the happy yet sorrowful past. Then, for some inexplicable reason, she felt this sense of familiarity and turned her head around. And there was a man standing there, who seemed quite familiar to her. That man was looking around with a pair of dumbfounded eyes, as if this was his first time attending a party like this one. Seemingly entranced by something, Yusi Young's feet moved on their own. And soon after, as she got close enough to touch him, someone else appeared and took away his hand. Startled, Yusi Young took a couple of steps back. And the two people ended up discovering her presence because of that. Si Young Unni. The woman greeted her happily. And the man who resembled him so much, lightly bowed his head. Yusi Young, is there something wrong? No. It's nothing. Just, Yusi Young, oh my? You're suddenly using formal speech, Unfortunately, Yusi Young couldn't even utter out a single question before hastily retreating to a far-away distance from them. Epilogue, Meeting Again, 1, Fin, Chapter 174, Epilogue, Meeting Again, 2. Note, told from Yusi Young's perspective. His height and even the face, as well as the atmosphere of the person were different from Kim Si-jin, although there were also some similar points as well. However, He did say his physique and facial appearance had changed a good deal due to his traits effects. Truly, the first impression of his face I got, which was getting very faint in my memories nowadays, did gradually change as the days went by. Right. The unexplainable mystery called trait had disappeared from this world, hadn't it? Of course, just because traits had disappeared, that didn't equate to everything built up by them also disappearing as well. The clear example of this was my own body, changed with my traits' help. But, no matter how hard I thought about it, that man's face was remarkably similar to Kim Si-jin's first impression still faintly remaining in my mind. It might be nothing more than my baseless help cooking up some nonsense, but he just felt way too familiar to me. It was then, Yi Hye-rin was asking me with her head tilting slightly. Se-young? Yi Hye-rin, yes? What are you looking at? Yi Hye-rin, it's nothing, really. I couldn't concentrate on the party anymore. I tried to lighten up the air around me, but I kept on glancing back towards where he was. Watching him smile brightly while looking at another woman made my chest tighten. All these men approaching me with smiles were getting annoying now. Even the wonderful tunes beautifully draping over the party was getting on my nerves, too. In the end, I had to make up my mind. Except, I couldn't muster up enough courage, so I poured a whole glass of champagne down the throat. Even that wasn't enough, so I downed another one. And then, another. People around me were showing confusion at my sudden drinking spree, but I didn't care. After all, the only existence that mattered to me right now was that man. Note, back to third-person perspective. Oppa. Did something happen with you Se-young Unni somehow? You ended up questioning the manager. She could no longer ignore you Se-young continuously glancing at her direction. However, the manager, Kim Yun-jae, simply shook his head disinterestedly. No, nothing happened. First time meeting her today. Kim Yun-jae, of course, you didn't find this easy to accept. How could she be convinced that there had been no incident of any kind, when Yu Se-young was repeatedly glancing over at their direction for some time now? Obviously, one of them did something wrong here. Maybe you did something wrong? I'm telling you, there's nothing. Was it because me only nodding my head once when greeting her just now? Kim Yun-jae, You only nodded once? That's so arrogant, you know. You jumped up in surprise and tugged at Kim Yun-jae's arm even harder. Almost instantly, Yu Se-young's stares became sharper by a level. It even felt like her stares were stabbing into their skin. Okay then, what should I have done? Bend over backwards 90 degrees or something? Kim Yun-jae, no, hang on, maybe not 90, but you could have done a 60 instead, you know. Oh, really? No. Wait a minute here. I'm sure Yu Se-young isn't such a narrow-minded woman. Kim Yun-jae, hey? Look at this guy here, blurting out whatever he wants. You hurriedly covered up his mouth. And then, worried about being overheard, she quickly surveyed the surroundings. And as expected, Yu Se-young was glaring with terrifying eyes at her direction, heck, with teeth gritting, no less. Let's just get out of here first. What? But why? Kim Yun-jae, I can't afford to lose Oppa just yet. No, hang on. What are you even on about, Kim Yun-jae? In the end, dragged Kim Yun-jae and hurriedly ran out from the party venue. Yu Se-young could do nothing but to helplessly chase after the departing backs of the duo with her eyes. And there she was, hoping that drinking 4 more glasses of the bubbly stuff would finally give her the necessary courage, too. She spat out a long sigh, while resenting her aching innards that didn't want her to get drunk at all. That night, escaping from the party venue alone, Yu Se-young went to find Lilia with a resolute determination. She could no longer endure it anymore. She had been waiting until now, fearing that if she learned of his passing, then the last strand of hope she'd been carrying around all this time might be gone too. But then, she encountered a man who resembled Kim Si-jin so much tonight. So, How could she be expected to remain calm now? Lilia found it very difficult to deal with Yu Se-young and her determination. Although she knew the details, Lilia kept mum because she thought she was following Kim Se-jin's will. But even she decided to break the silence after listening to Yu Se-young's tearful recount of the earlier encounter. Because, Lilia became even more convinced that he indeed got saved by the earth from Yu Se-young's testimony. So, Lilia told her everything, leaving nothing out. All the worlds he had to live through, all the weight of pain and suffering he was burdened with and had to endure, in order to protect everyone, and even the reason that made all of that possible. Pressured by the enormous truth of the matter, which was more than enough to refer him as a saintly figure, Yu Se-young felt like being crushed to the floor, and she couldn't even utter a single word out. If that man was really Mr. Se-jin, then it's most likely that the planet has given its thanks and rewarded him. Not only taking away his trait, but also his memory as well, allowing him to live happily like an ordinary person. Lilia also tried to search for Se-jin's whereabouts on her own as well. But, according to the reports of the intelligence operatives, they couldn't find anyone resembling him. However, the story changed if he reverted back to his old appearance before the trait manifested, just as Yu Se-young had posited. No, it was still too early to discard the possibility that the Earth created a brand new body and revived him. In that case, what should we do? What if he really is Kim Se-jin? Yu Se-young, even if that person really turns out to be Mr. Se-jin, and even if he's not, it'll be very difficult. Lilia, no, what the hell are you saying? Are those words or farts? Please, speak properly so I can understand you. Yu Se-young just couldn't maintain her calm, and Lilia could only look at her with pitying eyes, before carrying on. If he's not Mr. Se-jin, then that's that, but if he is, then that presents a lot of problems. If a person who had been living for 600 years regains his memories, do you honestly believe he'd be able to maintain the same personality anymore? Also, in his previous life, his entire being evolved into the legendary Bahamut. In other words, he had become a being that's no different from an actual deity. Lilia then added, wouldn't we look like ants to him once he regains his memories? Yu Se-young couldn't reply. She wanted to argue about something nonsensical, sure. But her throat had clammed up and she couldn't summon up her own voice anymore. Her head was full of stinging pain, causing her to think that this truly unbelievable story sounded far more real than reality. All the while Lilia's words stabbing into her heart was making her scared. Terrified. Finally, she couldn't withstand the tide of emotions wanting to drown her and plopped down on the floor. And then, for a long time she cried while emitting pain moans. Note, back to Yu Se-young's perspective. August 19th. At first, I was full of despair. However, I somehow regained enough of my senses and observed him for a long time. It felt like a year had passed, but in reality, it was only for a month. If someone saw my obsessed behavior, I'd be labeled as a stalker. But every passing day felt like blood was draining from me, so I couldn't help it. Every night when I fell asleep, I dreamed a dream and a nightmare at the same time. The former about him coming back and smiling at me like how he did before, and the latter about losing him to a girl named Yu before he could regain his memories. And today, I could no longer endure this torture and had decided to proactively try something. That was today. I requested Mr. Han Sung to schedule a private meeting with the man. This was possible because he worked in the entertainment industry, while I was the majority shareholder of the Monster Entertainment. August 19th, 17:47. Only 13 minutes remained until 6 in the evening, the scheduled hour for our meeting. I soothed my nervousness by chewing on my nails, and I resolved my worries, albeit only by a small amount, with my legs trembling all the time. And as the phone's screen indicated 1800 hours, the door to my office was pushed open. Stunned silly, I shot right up before I even realized it. Hello, there. Kim Yeonjae? Yes, hello. Oops, I got too loud there, didn't I? My consciousness dimmed for a bit thanks to that stupid mistake of mine. But, I couldn't black out here, no matter what. I desperately held on and pointed at the couch. P, please have a seat. Hurry. Young. He tilted his head slightly, but still managed to sit down. Soon enough, a silence descended in the office for the next 3 seconds, but as I couldn't endure it, I hastily walked over to the desk where tea and snacks had been arranged. Would you like some tea? Young. No, I'm drink. Young. I obstinately put the teacup down on the coffee table. I couldn't help it, my heart was beating so wildly, it was nigh on impossible to act normally right now. Sure. Kim Yonjae. I carefully studied the way he glanced at the tea and the prepared refreshments. The cold sweat slowly pooling behind my neck began dripping down my backside. Actually, this arrangement was a ruse to try and discern the truth. A person's habits ingrained into one's body would never change, even if he had lost all his memories. And I could remember all of his habits clearly, since I had lived with him for such long time, and in that moment, electricity zapped my back. The way he held the teacup, the way he ate refreshments, I was sure now. This man here, he was Kim Si-jin. May I ask for your name again? Young. My name is Kim Yonjae. Of course, the name was different. But, this man was, without a doubt, Kim Si-jin. That sitting posture, his waist slightly turned away when facing me, that habit of rubbing the left thumbnail when nervous, even the actions of sweeping his hair away. Seeing him like this, I got buoyed by my emotions and ended up asking him an unexpected question. Don't you recognize me? Young. His face showed how confused he was. He looked so adorable then, I was tempted to embrace him tightly. But I knew better than anyone that I should not do that. Don't you recognize me? Me, I'm Young. Of course, I recognize you. I've seen you on TV quite often. Kim Yonjae. Besides that? Young. My sights were blurring. Seemed like tears were blocking up my view, but I couldn't wipe them away. I lost all strength in my arms, that was why. Afterwards, it was like several screws came loose in my head. I couldn't remember what we talked about at all. I could only suspect that I might have tearfully repeated the question, don't you recognize me, over and over like a mad fool. Whatever the case might have been, when I came to, he was no longer in the office. That felt even worse than before, and I ended up crying alone. I really sobbed at the top of my lungs. Note, told from the third-person perspective. Come on, author, just stick with one perspective for the whole chapter already. With a swollen pair of eyes, Young called for an urgent meeting of the Monster Guild members. Well, the only people she could openly discuss this matter was with other guild members, after all. What a complicated situation this is. So, you're really sure that guy is Mr. Si-jin? Kim Yurin. Yes, I'm almost definitely sure. Well, I still need to look up what had happened here, though. Young. At Kim Yurin's question, Young replied in a calm manner. It was as if she had regained some peace of mind after sobbing her eyes out. Okay, so? What's the problem? You just have to go at it non-stop, no? I mean, Young, you can pretty much seduce any guy if you wanted to, right? So, you wrap him around your fingers first and be in love together, whatever, then wouldn't his memories slowly return in time? Yihirin's solution was the most brilliant one considering the situation. However, the sole problem with this suggestion was that it wasn't only Young who had realized something important from it. Both Kim Yurin and Hazeline carried serious expressions as if deep in thought and meaningfully rubbed their chins. Seeing this, Young hastily pounded on the table. Her entire body trembled from the shock of this sudden betrayal. You guys better not think of something funny. I'm warning you. Young. Why are you saying I'm thinking of funny things now? Hazeline sneakily avoided Young's gaze and pulled out her phone. Since this action was very suspicious, Young quickly snatched it away. I was just thinking about how to restore Mr. Si-jin's memories, that's all. Kim Yu-rin. Even though Kim Yu-rin spoke thus, there were droplets of perspiration clearly visible on the back of her hands. Yu Si-young frowned deeply and glared at them. It was then. "Hey, everyone, I found him." Bathory literally kicked the door down and entered the venue. "I said, I found him." Bathory, what the heck? As soon as the gazes gathered on her, Bathory triumphantly declared to everyone present. "I just so happened to catch Ma-in with a funny ability, you see? This bastard can sense the flow of mana signature even if it's gone out of our dimension." Bathory, oh, you mean Kim Yun-jae? The man working as a manager at the Rochen Entertainment? Suddenly, Bathory's face froze up like a stone statue. "And just how the hell you idiots know that?" Bathory. Everyone gathered in the conference room giggled softly, while Yu Si-young approached and gently held Bathory's hand. "Thank you for the confirmation." Yu Si-young. Kim Yun-jae was on his way back from the convenience store after buying a Western-style takeaway. Then his steps came to a halt after seeing many stuffs belonging to a new tenant moving in piled up on the apartment parking lot. For some reason, quite a few unbelievable people started becoming his neighbors lately. He had no idea why, but Hazeline and Kim Yu-rin, Ju Ji-hyuk and Yi Hi-rin, Kim Sun-ho and Ros Radel, as well as other members of the monster had moved into this apartment building. Of course, he wasn't discontent or some crap like that. Actually, he was really happy at the fact that the price of the place he bought with borrowed money had shot up through the roof, and that he was sitting on the proverbial gold mine as a result. That was why he could carry a huge grin every day. Kim Yun-jae stared at the tall height of the stuff belonging to the new tenant, and eventually, his eyes met the blue sky above. The blue summer sky with not one cloud on sight. It sure looked pretty. And to think, such a clear sky was covered in darkness and on the brink of apocalypse a few years ago, or so he heard. To protect that sky, the Bahamut had sacrificed itself, you know. It was then, a rather sexy voice tickled his earbuds. He turned around to find Yu Si-young. Only then, he remembered that she too had moved to this apartment as well. The media was shouting about her presence being the finishing touch or some such. The Bahamut, you say? Kim Yun-jae? Yes. Yu Si-young. Ha, ha ha, Kim Yun-jae? Kim Yun-jae just chuckled. Well, he couldn't remember any of that, anyways. He probably did see it back then, no, without a doubt, he lost his memory after getting entangled in that somehow, and now, the inside of his head was as empty as a sheet of blank paper. It was such a frustrating and rather lonely feeling, this. Yu Si-young carefully approached him as he chuckled bitterly to himself. Mr. Yun-jae, do you live around here? Yu Si-young. Oh, yes, I do. Kim Yun-jae, what a coincidence, then. I just moved here, too. Yu Si-young. Yu Si-young pointed at the stuff behind her and grinned refreshingly. Oh, really? Kim Yun-jae? Yes, really? While seeing Kim Yun-jae's uninterested eyes looking back at her, no, seeing Kim Si-jin like that, she firmly resolved herself once more. And that was, even if he had lost all the memories created with her and thus no longer was Kim Si-jin, she would still not give up. She would do anything possible to get him back. No matter what. And so, for her very first operation, today, she even resorted to borrowing the power of mother. With the justification that the mother was to be her in-law soon enough, she searched around and finally located a certain charnel house, and located the only photo the mother-in-law and the husband took together all those years ago. While apologizing furiously inside her mind, Yu Si-young walked past him and dropped the photo frame accidentally. Hearing the thud, her chest jumped a bit, hoping that the glass didn't shatter from the fall. And as she pretended to not notice for the next 3 seconds or so, he started talking to her first, as planned. Excuse me, this, Kim Yun-jae? He picked the photo frame off the ground and stared at it for a long time. At that very moment, her heart stopped beating. Please, however, the meaningful glint in his eyes only lasted for a short while. He just tilted his head slightly and handed over the frame to her. But Yu Si-young was satisfied by this. The signs of confusion and déjà vu written large on his face for a brief moment, those were enough. The possibility definitely existed now. Looks like you were heading in as well? Would you like to accompany me along the way? Young, yes? Ah, sure. Kim Yonjae, he nodded his head. Although it was only 10 seconds from there to the elevator, she still felt unbelievably happy inside. She even wanted to hold his hand, but decided not to get too greedy. Just walk alongside, for now. By the way, is it okay to leave your stuff back there like that? Kim Yonjae, yep. Hearing him, Young pointed at the photo frame, or more correctly, a boy smiling inside the photo. I only need this one, you see. Young. It didn't matter to her even if he had no memories of the past. In that case, all she had to do was to create new, fun memories with him, and to replace the old one that was filled with only the lonesome, endless waiting. Although her efforts might be cheaper and worth nothing compared to what he had experienced, she was still prepared to wait and pour every fiber of her being to make her resolutions a reality. See you around. Young. Ah, sure thing. Kim Yonjae, she stared at the side of his face somewhat shyly while her fists clenched tightly. She wasn't worried, nor did she feel scared. No, she simply imagined the bright future with him once more and smiled. The sky had cleared up wonderfully now. And surely, the brightly smiling sun floating in that blue clarity would continue to shine with warmth on them, hopefully without the darkness trying to dye the world again. And after some time would flow by, someday, that happiness we've been wishing for will be ours. Young gazed at him, and smiled radiantly like the sun. Epilogue, Meeting Again, 2, Fin. The author, G. Gabsong's postscript. Everyone, thank you for reading until the end. I love you, my readers. Even to my own belief, all my words seemed really lacking, but still I can only thank you again and again. While writing this, I had a few regrets and felt bad about missed chances. Since I lacked the gift of gab, I can't seem to explain myself properly, so, to summarize in 3 sentences, even though this work was lacking, regretful and somewhat incomplete even from the author's point of view, I still like to thank every one of you for reading it regardless. I'm sure there were times when you thought you didn't get your money's worth. You have endured well. I'd like to return with even better work next time. Everyone, I'll see you all later. Goodbye.